Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to the Wolfson Entrepreneurship Competition for 2026. This is hosted by the Wolfson Entrepreneurship Society, and it's a yearly event that we do. This competition is held every year. And this year, we have 12 panelists up here. And the formatting would be that they have 10 minutes to present, and then 10 minutes for questions. And we can only take questions from the judges due to the lack of time. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take questions from the great audience, but feel free to ask your questions during the networking part of the day. So to begin with, I would want to go introduce our lovely judges over here. So to start off, we have our Carol Yoon. She founded Alpha Grant Group in Hong Kong in 2017, and before that she held many chief positions at financial institutions. We have Omar Majid. He is the co-founder of Salmonica Group. And then we have Peter Hertenstein. He is the CEO of QSign and the overall winner of the Wolfson Entrepreneurship Competition in 2024. Followed by we have Mark Maybury. He's the Vice President of Commercialization at Lockheed Martin. And we have our very own Professor Dame Ijima Uchebu, a distinguished nanoscientist and president of Wolfson College. And we also have Michael O'Sullivan. He held chief positions at EU Chamber of Commerce in China, Cambridge Commonwealth, and he is now the International Education Consultant of Wolfson College Fellow. So the themes of this event are sustainability and conservation, global health, and AI. And with that, we just want to remind all panelists that 10 minutes is the 10 minutes for the presentation and then 10 minutes for questions. We are pretty short on time because we have 12 panelists to go through, so please try to stick to your time. And we'll have someone over here to remind you of how long is left and when the time is up. So with that, let me first introduce the first panelist. So we have Green Mixes. So Green Mixes, they're a pioneer in drop-in admixtures and transforms concrete into a permanent carbon sink. So they focus on delivering a scalable, cost-effective route to carbon-negative construction, turning the built environment into a climate solution. So with that, please introduce Green Mixes.
The lieutenant's got it. Yeah, sure.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you to Wolfson College and the Wolfson College Entrepreneurship Society, of course, for this opportunity. I'm Dishant, this is Callan, and we're the co-founders of Green Mixes. We've developed an additive that turns cement, one of the world's biggest climate problems, into a carbon sink. Cement is the second most used material on the planet, but it's also responsible for 8% of global CO2 emissions. If we truly want to decarbonize the built environment, we can't avoid concrete, we need to rethink it. And we can use Wolfson College as an example just to put this into context. The college is quite well connected, right? Tons of accessibility and interconnection through all the various pathways throughout. But if we're to assume these pathways are all made from precast concrete, which is the trend in a lot of more modern builds, it would take roughly 350 tons of concrete to produce. The emissions from the cement alone would be the equivalent of driving a standard petrol car 7 times around the planet. And what we're seeing is more and more pressure on contractors to meet demanding sustainability criteria when bidding on tenders due to the looming net zero targets. Yet affordable and scalable solutions are still out of reach. We've already seen the implementation of carbon taxes in this sector across Europe, where just for the pathway example would roughly cost about £1,500 in carbon taxes. And that might not seem much, but once you consider the foundational concrete, structural support concrete, even the brick facades, you can see how both the emissions and the cost problem rapidly escalates.
So with this push towards sustainable materials and concrete at the center, we're seeing a wave of startups trying to disrupt this industry. But the most promising approaches all have their issues. They're either too high capex, they have low raw material availability, or their unit economics simply don't scale. And our stakeholders were clear. They don't want solutions that force them to rebuild their factories or their business models. They want solutions that are drop-in, scalable, and cost-competitive. And that's where we think biochar, which permanently stores carbon and is derived from biomass waste, is the answer. So there's a reason why people aren't using biochar in concrete already, and that's because when you add it to concrete, it acts like a sponge, absorbing water and preventing cement hydration. And as a result, existing biochar solutions can only load about 1% to 2%. And this has dramatic impacts on the workability and compressive strength of the concrete, which are the two key parameters that our stakeholders value. So, as a result, existing solutions currently use expensive dry milling process to achieve this 1% to 2% loading, and that can increase cost by up to 40%. So we've designed green mixes to solve all these issues. So no dry milling, 2 to 3 times higher concrete loading, improved workability, and 50% stronger than existing biochar solutions.
So using a proprietary process, which we hope to have filed in about 2 months' time, we create a biochar composite that has been functionalized specifically for cement systems. With a design philosophy of being non-disruptive, the admixture plugs directly into existing cement and construction supply chains without the need for additional CapEx or infrastructure by our construction partners. With the, by our construction partners. And with with that approach, essentially what we want to allow is for partners to use the exact same equipment, the exact same processes, the exact same workforce. We want to allow this industry to decarbonize efficiently and profitably, as it supports about 3.5 million jobs in the UK. And the way we achieve this is because a simple green mixes brick doesn't deviate from how concrete is made. Yes, we can tailor the additive for specific on-demand and on-application demands, such as on-set strength or even workability, but ultimately the admixtures blend seamlessly with the 4 core components of concrete to produce a typical slurry. Once you cast and cure, what you're left with are carbon-negative pavers, blocks, or even bricks. All we've done is change the general composition, not the process, and we can already produce enough admixture for ton-scale concrete production.
So we start where adoption is fastest. Our beachhead market is concrete pavers. They're very low regulation and low structural requirements and allow us to test our product in the real-world setting. With this data and certification, we hope to move into increasingly structural applications and eventually move into the 900 billion ready-mix concrete market. So our key differentiator is that existing biochar solutions treat biochar as a filler material, so they replace sand, whereas we focus solely on cement replacement, because cement is 5 times more expensive than any other component in the cement and is where 90% of the carbon emissions are. We've also designed our scale-up process to be incredibly capital efficient, because we can buy existing equipment off the shelf. With £50,000, we can already produce admixture for 100-ton capacity. Our team has expertise in chemistry, material science, and advanced manufacturing, and with this we've been able to develop this technology from 0 to TRL5 in just 7 months. We've recruited Professor John All, who's a leading expert in sustainable construction, to be an advisor on this project, and we're currently building our advisory board to have domain experts in concrete sales and distributions to help speed up our go-to-market process.
Since acquiring our recent lab access, we've been really pushing to optimize the process to produce enough admixture per batch for roughly 5 tons of concrete production, while doing compression tests on the side to highlight and analyze the uniformity during the scale-up. Ultimately, our goal is for EN 934 certification, which is a certification around admixtures, and aiming for 2027, as well as to sort of scale into a factory or workshop type setup later that same year. And our business plan revolves around capturing additional market value at each phase. The first phase is all about paid pilot projects with construction partners, where part of the goal is to collect data as well as feedback on the applicability of the product itself, as well as provide investors with tangible proof on the industry's interest. Phase 2 is scaling to admixture sales across the UK and EU, as well as beginning to review the possibility of verified carbon credit sales. And lastly, it's about sort of utilizing licensing for global expansion and starting to produce biochar in-house. This gives us more control, more value, as well as allows us to look into alternative biomass waste streams such as agricultural waste.
So our cost competitiveness can be seen when we look at bulk commodity pricing. With our current manufacturing setup now, we're only £6 per tonne more expensive than conventional concrete. And when we spoke to customers, we found that comparable low-carbon materials were often 2 to 3 times the unit cost of concrete, placing us in a very competitive price point without even considering carbon credit or carbon tax offsets. We secured our supply chain through 3 primary biochar sources who have committed to providing over 1,000 tonnes of biochar on fundraising. We're working with the Material Processing Institute and the Civil Engineering Department to get certification on our admixture, and we're in the final stages of filing our IP. And with this process, we're in pilot discussions with 5 Tier 1 companies across cement, dry mortar, precast, and construction. And we're now negotiating with a dry mortar company the terms for a pre-pilot validation study. We've also had interest from an architectural firm in India for an imminent paid pilot opportunity.
And aside from the intangibles, such as exposure and access to the Wolfson network, as well as the invaluable feedback that come from participating in these sort of opportunities, our ask is for the £5,000 to help us establish a preliminary quality management system. In order to get these Tier 1 pilots off the ground and unlock our pre-seed round, we need to de-risk our manufacturing process as much as possible. Some of this would naturally happen through your standard testing, such as the compression test or slump test, but if we can provide a consultant-reviewed ISO 9001 aligned QMS, it essentially will outline how and why the first 2 to 3 batches we provide these partners for their in-house testing will be the same as batches 4 to 10 that we provide for the pilot, ultimately providing them the confidence to pursue these pilot projects with us. And with our discussions with investors, if we can unlock that pilot milestone, it greatly de-risks us as an investment opportunity for them. And with that being said, with your support, let's build carbon negative concrete at scale. Thank you very much, and we'll be happy to take any of your questions.
Do we just go? Okay, thanks. Thank you very much for your presentation. Not my area, so forgive me if the questions are quite rudimentary to you. I've got 3 questions. First of all, if you could talk us... Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. So I have 3 questions. First of all, if you could just talk us through how replacing the concrete makes it carbon negative. Mm-hmm. I'm not really sure what biochar is, but yeah, I'm sure that will come through in your answer. The second thing is, have you done performance testing of your final product? You know, when you've added the biochar to the bricks that you showed. And I'm just thinking about the kind of regulatory environment that we would have in the pharmaceutical industry, which I'm more aware of. Are there any regulatory barriers you have to go through? Because this is a construction material, and we don't want things falling down on people. Yeah, 100%. So those are the 3 questions.
Yeah, those are perfect. So one of the nice things about our approach is the fact that we are targeting that cement replacement bit. And so 90% of the overall emissions that come from concrete is the cement. And depending on how dirty the cement process is, it can range from about, say, 0.24 kilograms of CO2 released per ton of cement and upwards of 0.9, so almost like 1-to-1. And so naturally reducing that overall amount by up to 20% reduces the emissions from there. And with the biochar producers we've been talking to, a lot of them have been utilizing hardwood waste that is normally sent to either landfills or sent for incineration, usually incineration for the sake of energy, but we would like to move away from burning pulp for that, and then converting into biochar. And so it's about lowering the initial emission from concrete and then trying to lock away the equivalent amount of carbon to sort of compensate for that, the remaining 80%, depending on how dirty the process is.
So just a quick question.
Yeah.
If you can just tell me what biochar is.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So biochar, essentially, you take waste biomass and then you heat it in a process called pyrolysis, where you're kind of burning it without the presence of oxygen, and you get this stable form of carbon, which is kind of similar to charcoal.
Yeah, it's very basic struggle. Should I answer the other part? And for the regulatory one, so yes, it is quite stringent. One of the reasons why we're going for pavers is because of the fact that the regulatory hurdles for pavers isn't as rigorous as, say, structural concrete, so it is a nice sort of stepping stone. With regards to pilots, we can still do a pilot even without getting full certification, and this is where the de-risking comes in, right? So if we can show them that we've done this QMS and therefore the likelihood of these pavers cracking should be minimized so that it doesn't result in both financial and a reputation failure on their side, they'll be on board with it. Realistically speaking, once you want to get to structural concrete, the testing does drastically increase. But the hope is we hit pavers in the beginning where we have to hit, I think it was roughly about 30 megapascals in compression test, which is not too much, thankfully. And then sort of use that initial income to help us support and sustain the company to get the much more sort of rigorous structural concrete approval.
Yeah, and just on your comment, I think we're doing testing with the civil engineering department. So we signed a contract with them where they kind of, we give them all our testing materials and they run the standard tests, which are kind of valid for a certification process.
Just a couple of questions. One, love the drop-in strategy, love the protection with your patent. I am curious about if you've done any patent search, if you know if you actually have novelty here, and the pilot to de-risk. I'm curious about how actually the price elasticity of this in the marketplace, which could actually be a blocker for you. So maybe you could clarify that. Why wouldn't you license first? I do appreciate the capital light approach. It's a brilliant approach, but and maybe it's because you just have to de-risk to get there. But is this an IP company or is this a concrete company? I'm confused. So clarify that. And finally, how much confidence do you have as you disrupt the industry? Because you don't yet have, you have got some experts in the industry, but you don't have yet have, you got some interesting companies, but they're not, on your board or ready yet. And I understand you're still in the process, but are you getting resistance? Are you getting pushed or pulled?
So I guess I would say we're neither like an IP or a concrete company, we're a materials company. So we're essentially giving an admixture to the cement producers or even the construction companies themselves. So we're actually trying to work with them rather than sort of compete against them. And with our general conversations we've had with stakeholders they're more welcoming us because we're not trying to we're not offering our own cement mix. I mean, to try to do our own quarries and get all the cement, it's really high capex, and also like a lot of those infrastructure already exists. And so for us to kind of come in and somehow compete on a cost competitive basis with all of that, it doesn't seem feasible. And so a lot of it is sort of partnerships with these companies that being like, we'll provide the ad mix and work together with you to tailor it to match what your cement composition is. So some companies will have this percentage cement, this percentage geopolymer, this percentage of like limestone, so on. And so some of it will require a little bit of tweaking here and there. So a lot of it is tailoring for their specific needs, while there are other construction companies that'll be like, we just work with SEM 1, which is quite standard, and so if we tailor towards that, then technically all those companies are applicable. So yeah, our approach is not to try to compete with them, it's to kind of work alongside them, ultimately.
Price elasticity, do you have to be 5 or 10% less expensive, or are they willing to spend, I doubt it, 50% more? Where do you sit in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, so from the conversations with kind of these tier 1 construction companies, they're typically spending maybe 2 to 3 times the price of regular cement on some of these projects. So Heidelberg Material, they have a product out now, Evo Zero, which is about double the price of regular cement. I think on our side, we are slightly volatile to biochar prices. The UK is dramatically behind India or the Middle East, or especially Europe. But production is growing massively. We were talking to a company last week,
Yeah, it was last week.
and they've said they're scaling their production from 500 tons to 10,000 tons in the next year. So hopefully that UK price will go down substantially.
Could I just quickly ask a question? So your use of funds, the 5,000, what is that exactly going to be used for? And do you have like a fundraising roadmap? 'Cause I wasn't quite sure in terms of your path to revenue and profitability.
Do you want to take that? Yeah. So for the 5,000 itself, a lot of it has been looking at the various sort of consultancy firms that help with the regulations specifically for 934. One of the things that you sometimes run into with admixtures is when you look at the regulations, there's about 16 different categories for admixtures. And so in our case, there'll be a slight change in viscosity, there'll be a slight change in like the water porosity. And so we have to, part of it is figuring out with those consultants of which ones are the most applicable and how many of them we have to sort of stack on top of each other for the admixture. A lot of that is not clear, and from our conversations with construction companies, none of them are entirely sure what to do there as well. So we can do all this testing, but we need to get some consultancy services to figure out exactly which admixtures we have to change, and say if there's like, if we're within that 3 to 5% from the norm, does that mean we've deviated enough to do those additional tests as well? That bit's a bit kind of up in the air, and so we need some more specialized expertise for that. There's also a review process we can then do with some of the accredited software, accredited systems that are already within the UK, where we can provide our initial data in terms of our compression strength to kind of get sort of the preliminary approval, being like, okay, we're on track. We're sort of giving the yes, this does meet the right standards, and the right testing has been done to get the correct slump test, the correct compression test, so on and so forth. So a lot of it is like the consultancy and kind of like a review process of the testing we're doing on our material.
You've explained that you're a materials company. Do you see the future as a one-product company?
I think for construction and concrete, there's so many different applications that the need is very different depending on what you're doing. So we have the ability to tailor our admixture for things like early onset strength or workability or compressive strength. So depending on the customer's need, we can tailor our admixture to that process.
Yeah, the somewhat annoying thing and kind of nice about the concrete industry, so something like a brick, you would almost want this to set within 12 hours so that you can demold it and put a new brick in. But then something like a poured concrete that you would use for sidewalks, generally that takes about 2 to 3 days to dry up properly. So there's less sort of that early on strength, and you want more sort of later strength. Mortars will require slightly different tuning as well. So there is this aspect within cement for us to kind of deliver different products for different purposes. But we're also seeing biochar being used technically in the agriculture space as well as in asphalt and various other sort of materials as well. So there is opportunity to grow outside. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Green Mixes, for that amazing presentation. I would like to take this opportunity to also say thank you to Chris Coleridge, who has helped us with this entire event, and also he has been overseeing the Wolfson Entrepreneurship Society. He is a fellow of Wolfson College and also a professor at Judge Business School. So just a quick round of applause for Chris over here. Thank you very much. So next, I want to introduce Envera Bio. So they're an early stage venture exploring how advances in artificial intelligence and computational biology can accelerate discovery in RNA biology. The team develops methods to analyze large-scale biological data to uncover new insights about RNA and its role in both health and diseases. So, are they here? Yeah.
The clicker does work, yes. That's right, so that's it. Good morning.
I'm Anton from RNA Bio. Where did it go? I'm Anton, I'm sorry. I shouldn't use the clicker. I'm Anton from RNA Bio. We're the early stage AI-powered RNA discovery platform. And my co-founder and I, we have led the largest RNA databases in the world. And now our goal is to bring the RNA therapeutics, the era of RNA therapeutics, closer. But first, imagine 10,000 human diseases. Most of them do not have a cure right now. And to find a cure, what people do is they look for a weak spot in a disease, something they can influence with a drug. Usually, these drug targets, something that can be influenced, are proteins. When you go to the pharmacy today, you get drugs that target proteins. The bad news is that most of these proteins are considered undruggable. But the good news is that the RNAs, their corresponding RNAs, could be druggable. And we have all learned about RNA therapeutics during the COVID pandemic, where mRNAs played a huge role. But RNA therapeutics is more than just mRNA vaccines. And RNA structure plays a really key role in developing new RNA medicines. Now, RNA therapeutics is a growing market. Today, it's estimated to be 2 billion. It's projected to grow to 8 billion by 2030. And we see a lot of excitement in the industry where there are deals forming between the big players such as Eli Lilly, GSK, Amgen, with small companies developing new RNA technologies. But the main problem facing the RNA field right now, and this is the industry consensus, is the lack of data. Where we are in RNA is where protein was in the 70s. That's a long time ago. Now, to illustrate, to develop Nobel Prize winning tools like AlphaFold, people worked with orders and orders of magnitude more data for proteins than what we have for RNA. And my co-founder Blake and I, we have worked in RNA for a long time, starting from grad school. We did our PhD in the same lab. And since then, we have led the biggest databases at the European Bioinformatics Institute. These databases, in fact, are what's used today to train most of the RNA AI that's used. And they're cited by thousands of papers, thousands of patents. And what we want to do is we want to find a solution to close the data gap and help to propel RNA therapeutics. And our solution is a scalable RNA discovery engine. We analyze genomes, lots of genomes. This is our input. We process them, and we identify new RNA structures. Now, the key aspect here is that we use AI agents that run very fast searches that can capture the expertise developed by human experts over many, many years, so that we can actually do these searches at the level that the human experts would do, but much faster and at scale. We have started working on this technology in November, and we very quickly got our first energy technology working. And then we saw this, Stanford RNA 3D folding competition. And we thought, can we use what we have today to improve the data sets that people are using to create cutting-edge AI in the field right now? And we figured out and we saw very quickly that yes, we can. And that is leading us to our first product, which is going to be RNA Aligner. It's designed for RNA 3D prediction, and it takes as an input the single RNA sequence. It generates a structure-aware RNA multiple sequence alignment. Now, with this kind of technology, biotech teams and academic groups can get much better results predicting 3D structure. And we're launching it now for testing with academic partners, and in April, we're going to launch it for everyone. Just a quick example. I already talked to somebody about fly viruses this morning. So this is a viral RNA that we know the structure of. And you don't need to be an expert in RNA to see that what we predict is very close to the real RNA. And this is the kind of data set that people are using to train AI today. So this is the state of the art at the right. What I would like to point out is that there is this arrow, a gray arrow, pointing a key interaction, long-range interaction, which is essential to predicting RNA-3 structure. During our interviews, people tell us again and again that this is exactly the kind of information that they need to train efficient AIs. Now, I don't want you to bore with feature comparisons, but I want you to take away this, that this technology is extremely powerful, it's magical, and as someone who's been in the field for a while, this is exactly the kind of technology that can unlock the next generation of RNA technologies. Now, this is a first step. So what we're doing today is we're launching our first initial product. Every feedback from the customers will help us improve this search engine that we will apply ourselves to search for RNAs in human, key pathogens, and across life. We will then validate our findings in the lab ourselves and with our partners. And when we have a lot of data, we can train our own foundational AI models. With those models, we will go back, improve our search techniques, find more RNAs, and this creates the flywheel effect, where every new RNA discovered improves our methods. What are we going to use these AI models for? We're going to solve important problems such as non-coding variant interpretation. In clinical genomics, most variants fall outside of protein coding genes, and it's important to interpret their impact on health. And we'll be able to design new RNAs with particular properties that people need today. What sets RNA apart is the comparative genomics evolution-based approach. We see evolution as the largest experiment in the world, and we want to find what has worked across life and then use it to train our models. Our business model will expand in 3 phases as our dataset grows. I've just described our search platform. This is our phase 1. Then, as we grow the number of RNAs that we find, we can start licensing them out. We can do custom discovery in partnership with companies focusing on specific disease or pathogen. And finally, when we have the big data sets, we'll train our foundational AI models and we'll have a large asset portfolio that can power major partnerships. Our potential customers are across pharma, biotech, and agricultural technology, with some initial conversations underway. And our roadmap includes fundraise later in the year. 12 years from now, we'll be validating AI, our discoveries in the lab. 18 months from now, we'll have 10 times the number of RNAs for our dataset training. And 2 years from now, we will have our first major partnerships. We're supported by world-leading experts across science, technology, and strategy. And we're also part of the University of Cambridge Judge Business School. We have had an Innovate UK grant that funded the initial development of this technology, and our next round will enable us to expand the team, to start performing the wet lab validation, and cover the compute costs, which will lead to first AI models and big partnerships. Why will we succeed? We think that the strength of the team, our different approach based on evolution, the growing data moat, and the AI flywheel that I described will make Arnera a successful company. And I'm sure you have a lot of questions about how to make this work. And I do too. But I invite you to ask yourself this: what can go right? Even a handful of newly discovered RNAs can lead to new therapies and change patient outcomes for people around the world. Now, we're embarking on a big, amazing adventure of discovery. and we would really love for you to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So just to help us, this, your search engine is looking for messenger RNAs, or is it looking for silencing RNAs? Just to understand exactly what it's looking for. It seems as if you said you're looking for the 3D structure, and then if you can help us understand how that 3D structure is integral to function. And then the next question is, there are not many, there are lots of companies looking for messenger RNAs as therapeutics at the current time. And how do you feel things like post-translational modification of the resulting proteins are going to impact on that drive now following the COVID vaccine? So first of all, exactly what the search engine is looking for, the function of the 3D structure, and then the downstream protein and the post-translational modification, and how that impacts on druggability anyway.
Thank you. So we are structure experts. So we're looking for RNA structural, the structured RNAs. Structured RNAs can be found in lots of different places. It can be in untranslated regions. It can be at exon intron junctions. It can be in other regions. It can be independent RNAs. When we're talking about, for example, pathogens, it could be riboswitches. It could be thermometers. Which are very important for synthetic biology applications, because inserting thermometers responsive to just specific temperature is very key to those applications. So this RNA structure is really what we're after here. And the 3D structure is very important for developing new therapeutics. Just like for proteins, as we're talking about AlphaFold, it's a very key technology. For RNAs, it doesn't exist. And our thesis is that it doesn't exist because the training sets that people are using are extremely poor. As I was showing in this example, people are trying to develop AI with the data sets that do not capture what needs to be captured. That's what we're trying to fix. Hopefully, with this, as we progress, the 3D structure will be solved, and it will be used in the same way as it's used for proteins today to develop new technologies. Now, your last question was about post-translational modifications. That is very important. And I think that the role of AI will be very critical for this, because people are accumulating data sets in companies. And what they have is they have experimental data that tells you how post-translational modifications impact their mRNA production, expression, things like that. What they don't have is they don't have the structure. And so by combining our data sets with theirs, and using fine-tuning, we see that we can help improve those processes as well. Now, post-translational modifications, of course, change the structure, and this is what we'll have to focus on as we develop.
Thank you for working this area. I think it's a fantastic opportunity. I have 3 questions. The first is related to feasibility, second is related to your moat, your protection, and third is related to your monetization. So on the feasibility, I'm going to take it as a leap of faith that you've got the data, but if you don't, you're in trouble, but you know that. So, related to that, there's a question of given the bias and hallucinations that we see in even the very best models in the world, now granted there's a language, but even in the agentic models, we have serious problems. So I anticipate your answer to the question, but I got to ask the question. Do you have the compute to do this, or is that not an issue? To just clarify that, because AlphaFold was not inexpensive. And then in terms of the moat, do you have a technology moat? I think, but I'm not sure, because I think I could create a transformer model pretty quickly if I got access to your data, but it seems like your data is open, so that seems to be not an opportunity. Do you have a patent? It sounds like you're pursuing one. Is this patentable? Do you have a tool, or how else are you going to defend your business against somebody just coming in and say, thank you very much, we're going to make billions off of you? And then finally, how are you going to monetize this? Is this a platform? Is this a service? Is this a model? I think it's an agent, but I'm just not sure how you're going to sort of, again, protect, monetize, and will it work?
Great, thank you. Now, the first question was about hallucinations and compute feasibility. Yes. Yes, absolutely. The interesting part is that what we see today with our technology is that the agents, they do not generate the data. They use the tools that we give them to get the search results. Now, we can use the agents to dramatically improve and help how the next step in the search is done, so to speak. But the searches themselves, there is no hallucinations, it's not gonna generate some strange RNAs that don't exist. That technology is locked and is not agentic. Now, in terms of compute and how much it would take to actually do this, the data sets are so small that it's actually possible to do on with very small hardware requirements, which is really shocking perhaps to people in the protein world and other domains, because it's really very small amounts of data that we're talking about. Then in terms of the mode, we are currently analyzing public data sets, public genomes, but we know that there are big collections of private data. And we're already talking, we have initial conversations with companies that have big data sets of their own private genetic data, and also metagenomic data sets are very important. So there are private data sets that we can tap into with the right incentives for our partner companies. The real mode here is the combination of structure and search, and making it structure-aware search, and getting the private data set that only we have with a head start. Because with the existing technologies, it's not possible. Maybe somebody can generate their own search and they will try to catch up, but we already are ahead. We are supported by the key experts who are actually behind the tools that we're using, the key search mechanisms. So I'm confident that we can maintain data mode for a long time. And finally, monetization. You asked, is it a platform? Is it an agent? So initially, we want to be put on the map with our online tool. And we're working on a technical report to describe exactly why it's better and why people should use it. But as I tried to describe, our vision is much bigger. As we apply the tool ourselves, we can discover valuable RNAs first and try to bring them to the clinic in partnership with our partners faster. So the real value lies not in the subscription revenue to our search engine to predict 3D structure. The real value is in identifying RNAs that will be in the actual clinical trials later on, leading to big medicines. That's the real value.
Thank you,
So you mentioned you have got a research grant. Is that relating to the search engine that you are looking forward to innovate? And how much did you get from the research grant? And how much are you expecting to kickstart with the pre-seed funding? Thank you.
So our grant was not a research grant. It was an Innovate UK grant for specifically developing technology for small businesses. So it's a relatively small grant, only 50,000, that provides initial runway for me and my founder. Unfortunately, he's in the States today. He couldn't be here, so he sends his apologies. And what we need is perhaps in line with pre-seed raises for companies that involve wet lab validation, a lot of compute, team of experts. So it's probably going to be in the range of between 1 and 1.5 to 2 million pounds. Thank you.
Up next, we have AgriConnect. So AgriConnect were founded with a mission to democratize access to world-class technology. AgriConnect delivers affordable, scalable, and impactful digital solutions. Their target market consists of organizations that have been historically underserved by large technology providers. So, let's welcome AgriConnect.
Good morning, everyone. I am Fiona, and I'm the team lead for AgriConnect, a subsidiary of Lostratec, which is a company based in Nigeria, my home country. And our mandate is to bridge agriculture using data sets and information, connecting farmers, government, and buyers through data across Nigeria. For someone like myself who comes from a region where all the challenges pertaining to food insecurity is our daily realities, challenges of incidents of pests and diseases, soil degradation, and even post-harvest losses, there is a need for a viable solution. And we're using Niger State as our target state due to the fact that despite the fact we have these challenges, they've been able to have increased productivity as they are known as a powerhouse state in Nigeria. The crisis in Nigeria includes over 30 to 40% post-harvest losses, and smallholder farmers have no access to the government for support, subsidies, or even fair pricing. And despite the fact that Nigeria is blessed with natural resources and landmass, we are unable to produce some staples like rice. In previous years, we had cases where we had to import rice from neighboring countries like Cameroon. And this is where AgriConnect comes in. We are a data-driven platform that creates a single source of truth using agricultural data, connecting farmers, government agencies, and buyers through verified real-time information. And our strategies, we're going to be going mobile first, offline ready, and using multi-languages. The farmers in this region, they speak Hausa, Nupe, and English. So we're going to be providing a smart device for them to use, which also have voice inputs for the farmers with limited illiteracy. Our stakeholders, our shareholders rather, include the farmers who provide opportunities for them to have their farms registered, track the crops they produce, access markets, fair pricing, and direct connects to buyers. And even the government will help them verify the farmers' registry, the production cycle, data-driven subsidy targeting, and for the buyers, pre-harvest commitments, guaranteed price discovery, and eliminating middlemen who actually prevent the farmers from connecting to the buyers directly. How ready are we for this? Currently, we have a prototype who is working. We are in communication with the Niger State government. We're in communication with them, thinking of how we're going to work with their budgets. And we've already done a formal pitch to them, and we're currently exporting about 2.2 million naira sesame to other countries around the world. So the 5,000 pounds, we're going to utilize it for our pilot study. We look forward to utilizing 40% of $2,500, which is our targets that we look at generating over time. We look at using 40% of it for tech building. That's our app that they're going to be using. Secondly, we look forward to utilizing 30% of it for our pilot operations across 3 local government areas in Niger State that are known for crop productivity. And thirdly, we'll be utilizing 20% for team and extension training, using demonstration plots, training these farmers on how to use the app. And lastly, we're using 10% for partnership and regulation. How likely is our model going to float? Currently, most farmers in Nigeria do not have access to these data sets. And we want to change the narrative. We want to ensure that every farmer is able to relate the crops that they have, how much they have to supply, their productivity, time for harvest, and how they are going to scale it long term. Then secondly, we're the first movers in Nigeria. We really do not have no verified GPS-linked farmer registry that exists in Nigeria. And we're trying to integrate it with the government. We're not just an app, we'll become an infrastructure with time. And then we'll also be able to alert individuals, buyers on proactive harvest notifications to help them know these products are available and when and where they can buy them. So we have a strong grounded team. Our CEO, who is a Nigerian like myself, we are all Nigerians in our team. We've experienced this, we've had this exposure, and we're very, very passionate about providing sustainable solutions in our country. He has 5 years experience because currently we're in partnership with the World Bank Accrasel project, which is on agroclimatic resilience in semi-arid regions. Its main focus is on reviving land-degraded area and supporting sustainable agriculture. Secondly, he's an MBA candidate, so he has his background in business. And for myself, I'm an MPhil student in biological sciences, the crop science pathway, so I have my background in agriculture and I'm a farmer. And secondly, we have Lostrotech, our parent company, which is based in Nigeria, and subsidiaries are Agritech, as we have here, and Ebluwi. Our mandate is mobile first, offline capable builds, and agriculture with logistic domain experts. Our advisory team, as I mentioned earlier, we're in communication with the Niger State government, our World Bank experience, ECOWAS, and currently we're exporting sesame, soybean, and hibiscus to Mexico. Aside the fact that we want to make money, we're firstly looking at sustainability. We want to benefit humanity. We'll be bringing on board over 50,000 farmers within the next 12 months, which will also lead to a reduction in post-harvest losses by 12%. It will increase the income of these farmers by 40 to 60% and also help the government plan their budget efficiently. So we're going with food security, farmer dignity, and climatic resilience. This is in alignment with the SDG 1, no poverty, by helping these farmers have their income and not just only have it, to be able to utilize it back into the system. Secondly, SDG 2, zero hunger. We're going to be providing food for our country, not just by going to the farm, but ensuring that the food is distributed properly. SDG 8, decent work, will be providing job opportunities for countless Nigerian youths, as in Africa, majority of our populations are youths. And lastly, SDG 13, climatic actions, will be optimizing inputs use and resilience alerts. How do we plan to sustain our business? Firstly, and primarily, is going to be through the government. We'll be helping them with annual state and federal contract reports for portal access, analytics, and reporting of the data we've gotten from these farmers. Secondarily, we'll be focusing on buyer subscription. That there'll be a monthly stipend in the marketplace on our app for pre-harvest commitments and verified sourcing. And tertiary, we'll be having like a 1 to 2% direct farmer to buyer transaction. For every transaction that is done, we take a percent from it. And lastly, in the future, we look forward to integrating data intelligence to aggregate crop and market insights sold to development banks, NGOs, and even exporters. So how do we project our finances? In the first year, we look forward to doing our pilot study across the 3 local government areas, with BIDA heading it, as it's the highest local government that produces agricultural crops like rice, wheat, and barley. In the second year, we look forward to expanding to 25 local government areas in Niger State. In the third year, we look forward to extending towards North Central and other regions in Nigeria. And by the 18th month, which is in the second year, we look forward to actually breaking even just from the contract we're going to have with Niger State alone. This will help us to extend towards other parts of Africa in probably 5 or 6 years. So our 18-road scale map, as I mentioned earlier. So in the first month, we'll have our pilot studies in the regions I mentioned earlier. We'll customize our platforms, integrate the government. We'll ensure that the languages that this farmer speaks are integrated into the system. And the 4 to 6 months, we'll move across the different local government areas. And then we'll ensure state rollouts in 7 to 12 months. And as CA2, we'll scale and expand to over 50,000 farmers. Export market integration, as well as use AI to predict yield. So I feel the time is now for myself and for every other person in this room to support this. Let's grow Nigeria's future together. We look forward to integrating our technology, a platform ready for deployment. Our vision is very clear, as we are in alignment with the governor of Niger State, who is popularly known as the farmer. And thirdly, our market is open with a 39 billion naira budget needed for infrastructure. Thank you.
Forgetting to use the mic. I'll start off. I really recognize the problem, having lived in Nigeria for a long time, and the food security proposal is quite pressing. I have some questions around the kind of data that will be provided to the farmers, because I wasn't clear exactly what you're providing. Is that weather data? What exactly is being provided to them? And then for the app to grow, you need farmers to provide information as to the nature of their crops and planting times and possible harvest times. So it's a two-way process, in effect. And how are you certain that that data will be valid? What's your quality control on the data coming from the field if you're launching this app? Because I can imagine some of the farmers will be worried that if they provide too much data, they'll expose themselves to additional taxation, for example, and additional regulation. So how are you looking at that particular issue? Then when you talk about the app, in the early days, how do you monetize the app? Because as well as asking farmers to provide you with data, you probably ask them to take out a subscription, and that might be a barrier. So if you can just address, quite crucially, exactly what you'll be providing the farmers. I can understand what you would provide the local government. Make sure that the data coming back from the farmers is valid and quality checked. And then, you know, the early days of your monetizing, how does that work? Thank you.
Okay, so previously, or in the past rather, there were collaborations between the government and these farmers, and there was sort of distrust because of the middlemen that were existent there. So they also later privatized it, and we still had the same issues. So basically, it's a secular model, and the data that were given to these farmers are basically the buyers. Yeah. So the buyers are the ones who are going to say, okay, these are the products that we need, these are how we need them, and we relay that back to the farmers. Most of these farmers cannot speak English, so regardless of how much you try to explain to them, you just need to be able to let them understand that we're going to pay you for this, we're going to help you get this, and you're not going to get cheated at the end of the day. So that is for the data we're providing to the farmers, which in turn, the farmers provide information on what they're growing. As an agriculturist, from the crop that you plant, you can tell how far it's going to take for you to have ripening. You can tell how long it's going to take for your next harvest. So those are the data we're going to have from them. And I mentioned about team and extension training. We're going to use that to train those farmers on how they can detect that. The thing is that, aside the fact that I'm in the university and I studied this, most of these farmers have hands-on practical experience in this field because they've been doing it for years. There are people that have passed this on from generation to generation. So even without me training them on how to know this, they already know it. So the only training I'm going to be giving to them is how to put it on the platform itself and then communicate it to the buyers. Then in terms of our revenue, currently, I said we were speaking with the Niger State government, and our communications have been quite fruitful. It's been quite progressive, and we look forward to utilizing that before generating our revenues over the next years.
Thanks very much for the presentation. I have 3 questions that are more on the operational side. So you mentioned that you want to have, on one side it was 25K, and then on another 50K farmers in a year. How do you get 50,000 people on your platform? What's your plan behind it? And then secondly, I think one or two of the main issues that probably need to be solved as well, besides just connecting buyers and farmers, is logistics behind it and then payment processing. So is that integrated in your app? And then third, you mentioned literacy issues. So how do you solve that in your technology?
Okay, so I'll start from the literacy issue. So we're integrating the local languages that they speak into the app. Yes, it's going to have a voice input where they speak into the app and they are able to relay the information that they want to communicate to them. So it's not just going to be an English app, it's going to have Nupe, which is their local language, and Hausa cross-board, so they are going to be able to communicate effectively. Then you mentioned, how do I get 50,000 farmers? Nigeria is a very large country, and for almost every household, they have a small garden. But in northern Nigeria, I can assure you, I have lived there, and I've seen the numbers of farms that are there. We're not talking about greenhouse farms or high-tech farms. We're talking about conventional agricultural farms. And from my knowledge or from my research, we've been able to we've been able to interact with some of those farmers, and they're looking for sustainable solutions. And the way Nigeria is such a place that communication and news spreads really fast. And if I'm able to relay this information to about 100 farmers, I know those 100 farmers have friends who are also farmers who want something like what their friends have. And that's how the news is going to spread. In terms of logistics and payments, we're currently working on that. Yeah, we're currently working on how to integrate that into the system, but we look forward to collaborating with fintech companies to be able to know how we're going to integrate that into our platform.
Thank you very much, very interesting. I know that Nigeria is one of the top countries in the world in terms of food wastage from a farmer's perspective, but I think that's due to poor physical infrastructure. What have you taken that into account, or what are you doing to, because you can have a fantastic marketplace, but if the underlying infrastructure is extremely poor and there's not enough storage facilities, etc., how do you, how are you going to solve the farmers' underlying issues?
Okay, so you can link the food wastage to post-harvest losses to a very large extent, yes. And as I mentioned earlier, Niger State is called a power state because it generates so much electricity. So we plan that in the future, we're going to collaborate with the government on how to preserve this. So in instances where we get to buy these products, especially perishables like vegetables, tomato, pepper, we plan to collaborate with the government on how to store them before relaying them to the buyers and even exporting them outside the country.
Just one quick question. Your 1 to 2% transaction commission, is that going to be presented as a charge to the buyer or a charge to the seller?
It's going to be split among both of them because those farmers, to a very large extent, we wouldn't say they are so rich, even if they have acres of land. They end up imputing things into them like seeds, fertilizers, and that costs them money. So we're trying to be as sustainable as possible, sustainable in terms of their finance, sustainable in the environment, and sustainable in the logistics and delivery. So the 1 to 2% is going to be split between the buyers and the sellers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your passion on this topic. I have just 2 follow-up questions. The first is, I love the multi-sided, marketplace. I think that's a great strategy. But that yields me to, and you mentioned connection with the banks, so I'm just wondering if you're building in lessons learned from micropayments, the experiences that have occurred in India and other countries, with both farmers, but also with fishermen and women and so on. So that's question 1. Question 2 is, there are large companies like in the U.S., Indigo, which are similar marketplaces for farming, for seeds, for production, and so on. I'm just kind of curious of the competitive landscape. Clearly, you differentiate in terms of linguistics, in terms of local access. But I'm just kind of curious if there are, are there other platforms that you could collaborate with to accelerate? But 2, is there a protection here, from a larger multinational coming in and saying, oh, thank you for GPS locating 50,000 farmers. We're going to offer them free service now, and not even a 1 to 2% cost. And so we're worried about protection and defense as well here.
Excuse me, can you come again with the first question?
So the first question was related to, if you will, the financial sustainability. Particularly if you're talking about non-industrial farms, local neighborhoods and individuals, then economics becomes a major issue. And so we have successes in other countries, like in India. I happen to be involved with Stanley Black & Decker's deployment of micro photovoltaics, so solar farms specifically to replace. This has happened in Africa as well. And so, but that's been enabled and powered by, for example, shared refrigerators and shared, power distribution and other things that are kind of, small for business, but they're big for a family. And so I'm just kind of curious. I didn't hear anything about micropayments or the financial empowerment and sustainability.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we're in collaboration with the Niger State government, and the platform. Firstly, we're looking at incorporating the device itself, a device that is solely just for this app itself. You can't use it for any other thing. And if we're able to scale through with the Niger State government, we're providing this to those farmers for free. So they get to use it. The Niger State governor is very passionate about sustainable agriculture, so we have that backing set in place. So if they can get those devices free, which ordinarily is going to cost them so much to buy if we're supposed to sell it to them, I believe that they can scale with that. Then the second question in terms of the protection, currently we've not put that into we've not put that into consideration, like in collaborating with other external agencies, but I believe in the future we're going to do that. We're going to have a conversation with our operations and legal team concerning that. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. That concludes the first part of the pitches. Hope you all liked the first three that came up. We want everyone to be back by 11:30. That's when the second round starts. So feel free to have the half an hour to network and talk among each other.
So we've got the mic there,
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can you
but
hear me?
there is also this one here.
Hello? No? So bad?
Which might be a bit better for you. So if you then slide that up
Okay.
and then hold it like right up to your mouth,
Hi, everyone. Here?
and then point it towards your mouth, so like that. Yeah.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
I can boost it up a bit.
Okay,
I can boost it up.
that's fine.
But
I also
can't do that.
try and
Yeah.
shout. It's unfortunate. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, I'll try and speak up.
It's unfortunate timing, isn't it?
It is. I was like, why do I have a flu this weekend of all the weekends?
load it?
Yes, yes.
Cool, perfect.
So this mic, right?
Yeah, just talk out that way, and then that'll pick you up, project everything.
Okay.
Cool. And then I'll pop out and change them over
Okay.
once you've finished.
Hello, everyone. Fantastic. Okay, if we could just settle down, we're beginning the next session. All the rules still stand, and for this session, we'll be having 3 of the finalists as well. And the first on the list is Afromix. Just to mention, if any of the finalists from Remedium is here, if they could just, okay, it's over there. Fantastic. Good. For Afromix, Afromix addresses a global genomic gap where people of African ancestry make up 17% of the world's population, but less than 2% of global genomic databases. They're building a comprehensive biobank integrating whole genome sequencing with clinical data to drive inclusive precision medicine. Beginning with sickle cell disease, they provide personalized pharmacogenetic reports to guide pain medication prescribing. And I'd like to welcome Linia Zambezi, please.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. I just wanted to apologize. I woke up with the flu, so my voice is so bad. As a genomic scientist, it was just very disheartening seeing that despite the African population making up 17% of the global population, less than 2% of their genomes were available in global genomic databases. So that's why I founded Afromix, a company that's going to bridge this gap and to drive inclusive precision medicine. Our vision for Afromix is to bridge this genomic data gap, to drive inclusive precision medicine, and to recognize Africans as the human genetic foundation. Our mission is to build the most comprehensive biobank for people of African ancestry. We're not only going to have genomic data, but we're also going to have deeply phenotyped data, as well as imaging data, as MRI data, and demographic data as well. This is the wonderful team behind Afromix. My name is Linia, and I'm the CEO and founder of Afromix. And our lead scientist is Dr. Catherine Kippridge, who is a clinical scientist and an IP strategist from Imperial, and she's also the creator of the HIV Quant project, which was based in malaria in Africa. Our clinical lead is Dr. Stephen Okoli. He's our chief medical officer. He's a consultant hematologist at Imperial, and he is also the adult stem cell transplant lead for sickle cell disease. Our wonderful advisors are Dr. Yobideako, who is the CEO and founder of a leading biotech company in the African space. One of our mentors is Dr. Anna. She's actually seated over there, and she is the head of the Stratified Medicine Core Laboratory and also an expert in bioinformatics and accessible genetic testing. So what is the problem that we're solving at Afromix? Like I mentioned, the African genomes represent less than 2% of all the genomes in global genomic databases. This results in ineffective treatments, which actually cost the African healthcare $20 billion in treating just the side effects. 1.3 billion Africans are excluded from a 470 billion precision medicine market. Researchers and pharma actually lack access to African genomic data. So our solution as Afromix is to build this comprehensive biobank for people of African ancestry. Our goal is to sequence 5 million genomes in the next 10 years. We want to integrate genomic data as well as deeply phenotyped data with demographic and MRI data. We're starting with sickle cell disease because it is Africa's most prevalent genetic disorder. Of the 300,000 people born with sickle cell disease, 75% of those are of African ancestry. We're going to be providing pharmacogenetic reports to all our participants, and this means we give immediate benefit to all the participants in the biobank. So why would now really be the perfect time for Afromix? EMA and FDA are pushing for diverse clinical trials. They're reduced, the sequencing costs are reducing now, and there's been a growing focus on representation in genomic research and also drug development. For pharma, they actually need diverse genomic data for drug development. So how would we actually do this, and how would this actually work? So for us to collect the data, we would use the NIHR bioresource. We're actually in talks with them, and we'll start with 100 people for the pre-proof of concept. To sequence, this would be done, this would be whole genome sequencing, which should be done at the Stratified Medicine Core Laboratory, which is based in Addenbrooke's. And then to store the data, this will be stored in the Synapse, which is a trusted research environment, and it's ISO regulated and also GDPR compliant. To analyze the data and do the bioinformatics, this will be done at the Stratified Medicine Core Laboratory. So there are a number of people that are trying to cover this genomic gap. What really sets Afromics apart is the fact that we're doing this to scale. And I'd say the most important thing is we're giving value back to the communities immediately. And we're also the only African biobank that's going to be comprehensive in this, for sickle cell disease. And we are hardware agnostic, so we really move at speed and we're quite sustainable. So there's quite a huge market for African genomes. Like I mentioned earlier, 470 billion for precision medicine market. But for this, I only wanted to focus on sickle cell disease. So for our serviceable obtainable market, which I put there as 1.5 million per year, that is only focusing on the sickle cell trials that are in, the sickle cell drugs that are in clinical trials right now at the moment. So it will be 5 organizations. So what would the business model for Afromics look like? We have 3 income streams. So the first one is the pharmacogenetic reports, which will be through the NHS. So the NHS would pay for the pharmacogenetic reports that we were producing. The second stream is through data licensing. So as we collect this data, at least by year 3, we will expect to have collected 1,000 genomes, and we license that data. Pharma, biotech companies, and CROs will have access to this data through a subscription platform. So they pay based on the tiered platform that they would want to have. And also the last stream would be platform and APIs. So because this data bank already has consented and sequenced phenotype cohorts, it means pharma can actually recruit for clinical trials based on the biobank. So on this, on the financial projections, I just wanted to show you that as the number of genomes increase, we also expect the number of the revenue to increase. Year 5, we expect 5,000 genomes, and the revenue for year 5 would be 4.95 million, and this is where we also expect the break-even point to be. So we have won first place for the Murray Edwards Accelerator, and we've been in discussions with pharma just for our market analysis. So we've spoken to AstraZeneca, we've spoken to Novo Nordisk, we've spoken to IQVIA, and we've spoken to Soka Data. And all of them are actually interested in having access to this data set. For the community, we've gone out to the community, we've sent out a survey to see if people would actually be interested in providing their samples. And of the 300 people that have answered this survey, 75.6 of them actually registered interest in supporting the biobank. We are part of a very supportive community. We're part of the Founders Growth Community, which is under the Immunotherapeutics, the Cambridge Female Founders, and also we're part of the Sickle Cell Alliance. So this is an alliance for sickle cell research, the lead sickle cell researchers in the African space as well as in the UK. And we've been invited to pitch at so many events. One of them is the Frugal AI Changemaker Series, which was at the Judge Business School. So we have formed informal partnerships with the pipeline, so the bioresource, the NIHR bioresource, as well as the Stratified Medicine Core Laboratory and Synapse as well. We're just waiting to finalize all of this when we get our first round of funding. So we are an incorporated company, and we're also quite active. So this is the roadmap for Afromics. By March next year, we expect to have already been involved in community engagement, because for us, the community comes first. By March next year, would have already received our funding through grant funds, and also finished the pre-proof of concept, which I mentioned is the first 100 people with sickle cell disease, and would have also delivered our first pharmacogenetic reports by then. So our ask is 400K, and this is to cover the 12-month pre-proof of concept for the 100 Africans at the NIHR bioresource. This also covers the ethics approval as well as the pharmacogenetic pipeline. So I do want to mention that all this is actually based on codes that I received from the bioresource as well as the sequencing as well. So as you have seen, Afromics is the future of precision medicine. It is a high growth market. There's global impact and there's a strong revenue potential. Thank you very much. If you have any questions,
Thanks very much. Really, really interesting. It's a comment first and then a couple of questions. You really need to talk to AstraZeneca because they have a health equity line which they're pursuing quite aggressively. I'm a member of the Health Equity Advisory Board, so you really, this is just what they're looking for. So those conversations should go well for you. Okay, so my questions are as follows. Two things. So you already said you've asked 300 people, and a lot of them said they want to be involved. Is this diaspora, or is this people actually living on the continent? Because there is some evidence that through very little generational change, you do have some change in genomics, depending on where you live. Very good example is the sort of people who are living in Japan with a high level of stomach cancer. They come to the US, it all changes. Okay, so... Okay, and then the second question is these reports, that you must have an ethics dimension there, because there's no point giving me a report for an incurable disease, which is maybe going to affect me in 20 years' time. So there has to be an ethics dimension. So those are one comment, two questions. Thank you.
So on the comment, I have spoken to AstraZeneca, and I know they are quite interested. They're always following up. What's your progress now? What's happening? So they're quite great, and we are having ongoing conversations with them. And then it was within the continent, so mostly people from Zimbabwe and people from South Africa. So I've spoken to them, and that's also why I was like, let me go to the continent itself and actually ask, because there's, people have a fear of helicopter science. So I just wanted to ask themselves whether they would be interested in participating. So it was mostly people in sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah. Oh, sorry. And then for the reports, so the pharmacogenetic reports, the ethics, we haven't started the ethics, but it's something that it's in our plan to do the ethics for that. And I do want to say that the pharmacogenetic reports is going to be based on a paper that was released from, that was on a study that was done in Nigerian patients. So they have done this before, it has worked. So if we incorporate that at scale, it means it actually benefits way more people.
Excellent focus. 3 quick comments and 3 quick questions, all related. First comment, love the community first. You ask them if they want to participate, just be very clear about, are you willing to give your genome for science? What are the rights associated with it? What exactly did you ask those people who said 76% said, yeah, I'm in? Secondarily, love the multiple income streams comment, but why wouldn't you, or are you considering having those, AstraZeneca, Novo Nordisk, et cetera, be early funders and adopters without giving away your IP rights, by the way? Give them early access if they put some money on the table, or whatever resources you need. And to the last question, love that you have a biotech entrepreneur and an IP strategist on your team, but are there any other gaps in your team that you wish you had?
Oh, very valid question, thank you. So I'm going to start with the second question, which was why not ask Novo Nordisk or all of them to start with? I have thought of that, and I have spoken to them about it, but they want you to first generate the first set of data before they can. So my hope was to first at least generate the data for the first 100 people and then get them on board after. I think showing them this traction would really help them and actually see that we're actually serious about doing this. And then there is a small gap in my team. I think we can do it as just the people that we are by outsourcing, but it would be great if we had a CTO within the team. So we do recognize that there is that gap, But as I mentioned, because we're working with the Stratified Medicine Core Laboratory, they will be doing the bioinformatics. But in our own in-house, it would be great to also just have that CTO. I mean, I do have background knowledge as I'm a genomic scientist, but it would be great to just have somebody who's dedicated to be a CTO. And then I did mention, so on the survey, I did mention if people would be interested, not just are you interested in participating in a biobank, but are you willing to give your blood to actually, for us to do this genomic research? And so I was very specific in that.
Okay, two follow-up questions. One on the team are all three committed to full-time at the moment? Or is it just you?
So I would say that none of us are full-time at the moment. Because we haven't received any funding, I would say if I don't go to work right now, I'll be homeless tomorrow. So, so we all work.
Okay, and then on the
that.
data. So what's the threshold? How many genomes do you need in your data set to become attractive for, let's say, AstraZeneca?
So they just want you to generate even the first 100, just so you can, obviously they'll push you to get more. That's what they always tell me, that we'll always push you to get more genomes. But if you generate at least the first 100, it means, you've generated a pipeline that actually works, and you can work, that shows that you can expand it to the 5 million genomes that we want.
Okay, and then final question. Yeah. After, I think it was 3 or 5 years, you wanted to have 5,000 data sets. That sounds like not really an ambitious plan, yeah? What is holding you back? Why does it take so long to get the data?
That's a very good question. So at the start, obviously, it's going to be a bit slow. So we want to start with, at least we're validating this in the UK, but we do want to go to the African space to be able to generate the data. But the reason it's going to take a bit longer is because we need to, develop these pipelines also in the African space. But I hope that makes sense. But here in the UK, for the first 1,000, I'd say, it's a bit easier. And then when we go to the African space, it's going to take a bit more time because we need to generate the same pipeline again.
I can understand the value of the data that you will accrue, but as for the processes by which you're obtaining the data, the sequencing, but not just the sequencing, are there processes that are open source or that you're licensing, or are there processes that you own and will have IP for?
Yes. So we can't say we own the data sets. So it's really the processes that we are going to be using for the bioinformatics pipelines as well as the pharmacogenetic reports that we're hoping to have IP on.
Can you just say a little bit more quickly, what exactly are you going to achieve protection for and how?
Like how are we going to obtain IP for those pipelines? So we haven't really explored a lot on those pipelines. We haven't explored on like IP that much, but what we have said was when we develop the pharmacogenetic reports, for example, then that is what we're going to patent. And when we generate the pipelines, like the bioinformatics pipeline, to generate maybe the different variants we're going to see within this data set, then that is what we're going to have an IP on, and that is what we're going to patent. Yes, so we will start in Ghana. So in Ghana, we've already partnered or have already been in conversation with the sequencing facility there, and also the clinicians in the sickle cell space as well within the Ghana space. And from Ghana, it will be Tanzania. We're also in conversations with the clinicians within the Tanzania space, and they have also a lead in sickle cell disease within the Tanzania space. So it's Ghana and Tanzania at the moment.
Thank you very much, Linnea. Moving on to the next team, we have Coffee AI. Coffee AI provide a platform that captures the tacit knowledge of the best individuals within an organization and leverages it throughout the workplace. It provides real-time guidance to employees and aids in hiring decisions. And I'd like to welcome the team, Aben Vahis, Mahan Rizapur, and Benedict Joshua. Please put your hands together for them.
Hello. Before we begin, just want to mention that my co-founder is sends his best here. He's in India at the moment. So, yeah. Right, cheers. Good morning. I want to ask a very simple question. What if every new hire, every apprentice, every new tech can learn from your best people and perform like them from day one? You see, every week there are new tools coming out for office work, knowledge work. Could be AI agents, could be agentic systems for managing spreadsheet. But what about people who maintain the real world, the plumbers, the electricians, the HVAC tech? We're doing the exact same thing to maximize the productivity for them, and that's what Coffee AI does. After talking to several customers, here's what we have found. In every company, there are at least 2 or 3 experts who have accumulated tacit knowledge, who know how to handle edge cases, who know how to do the job, the things that are not written, that cannot be taught in universities or that are not written in manuals or SOPs. But unfortunately, they are too busy doing the job. They don't have time to train the new people who've been onboarded, and they don't have the time to write the SOPs. And when they do retire, their knowledge vanishes with them. So let me make this real for you with a use case or a simple example. Jake is 22. He is an apprentice electrician. He is looking at a 3-phase panel, which he has never seen before. Ideally, he would want his supervisor, say Dave, to guide him in real time. Dave has 25 years of experience in this industry, but unfortunately, Dave is on another site, which is 40 minutes away. Instead, Jake does this. He wears a pair of Coffee AI glasses and asks what to do. The glasses, the AI, now this is the interesting bit, is not a generic AI. It has captured the tacit knowledge and has built on top of Dave's knowledge base, and it guides Jake in Dave's voice as if Dave were present there in real time. So by doing this, we solve several problems of scalability as well. So what's going wrong? Let's see that first. First, the knowledge is trapped. As I mentioned, the tacit knowledge that accumulates over years cannot be written in any manual. And unfortunately, when you leave, the experts leave, that leaves with the expert. It just vanishes overnight. Second, the onboarding takes a long time. On average, speaking, the time to reach maximum full productivity for a new person, new apprentice, is over several months, if not years. And third, supervision isn't scalable. There's only one Dave. He cannot be at 15 different places at the same time. And Coffee AI solves this directly. First phase is what we call the extract phase. The expert simply wears our device, and they don't need to do anything extra. They simply keep doing the job that they have been doing for the last 25 years, and they speak as they can dictate and they can guide. That's it. Our AI automatically learns from them. That creates a knowledge base. And this extract phase can happen, let's say, over a span of 1 or 2 weeks. And once that is done, it is manually verified by the expert. And then is the second problem that we fix of real-time guidance. This is what we call brew, an analogy to coffee. This is what we say that, so Jake is now being guided by the AI clone of Dave now. It's not a generic chatbot. And third is the supervision issue. And this is our key differentiator. This is one thing that I have to mention, that Coffee AI, the frames that is being detected in the glasses, they are, if there is a sensitive data, the local model rejects it and that frame is not sent to cloud for inference. We are private by design in architecture. So here's how this works. Whether it's physical trade or knowledge work, the engine is the same. For trades, the input modality is glasses, the AR glasses, and for knowledge work is screen share, simple. And one thing that makes us unique to the best of our knowledge is there is no other player on the market that has this privacy by design architecture. Particularly, why now? Well, three forces have converged. First, the multimodal models are now cheaper and faster and in many cases open source. Second, a second bit is the software and the hardware is now commoditized. It is cheaper than ever compared to what it was available 5 years ago. And third, which is the most important bit in my opinion, there's a huge shortage of tradespeople in the UK and globally, and many of them are reaching retirement age. We are not just words. We went from ideation to launch in just under 3 weeks. Speaks about the speed of execution of the team. Second, we won a £10,000 grant out of 100+ startups. Third, we have 2 inbound enterprise customers. One of them is Europe's largest speaker bureau. They asked us to clone their keynote speakers. And the second bit is Healthy Gamer. They have over 3.2 million subscribers on YouTube. They are one of the biggest mental health platforms in the world. And both of them are inbound. Why trades is our beachhead? Well, 3 reasons in my opinion. First, the pain is acute. Aging workforce, long onboarding processes, and knowledge vanishing with every retirement. Second, unfortunately, the AI penetration in this space is effectively zero. And third, our moat deepens with every new customer. Each company's expert clone is trained on their specific people, their specific processes, their specific challenges and edge cases. That data compounds and cannot be replicated, not to mention the high cost of switching to another platform. This is the unit economics. This is a bottom-up calculation. We sell our glasses for about £400 per unit, and it costs us only £240. But that's not the value. The value is in software subscription fee, which is £150 per seat per month. For a typical HVAC contractor in the UK, there are about 10 technicians. That's an annual revenue of £18,000 just with software and £3,200 on hardware. We are sitting on top of a 40% and 85% margin for hardware and software respectively. And to reach 100 mil in ARR, we're talking about, well, we just need over 5,500 customers globally out of 1.8 mil. Our competitors, as you can see, Coffee AI is the only player on the market that has proactive guidance and is trained on your expert's knowledge. Our business model, as I mentioned earlier, is pretty straightforward. We are sitting on top of hardware plus SaaS models, more than happy to go through it, plus pay-as-you-go. And this is our 3-year financial projections. We expect to reach profitability by year 3, where our revenue will be around 1.4 mil and costs to be around 1 mil. The team is exceptionally talented, in my opinion. Main thing is me and Apan have been best friends for over 10 years. He's the most cracked engineer I've ever met. No offense to anybody, but I think he's the best. And I'm an AI solutions architect with over 5 years of experience. And I know there are several questions, more than happy, but I want to leave on this note. There are 3 million skilled tradespeople in the UK. Many of the best are unfortunately approaching retirement. And when they leave, decades of expertise leaves with them. Coffee AI doesn't replace any of them. We multiply them. We capture what makes them exceptional in the first place and democratize that knowledge in real time to anybody, every single worker, at every site, at every time. That's expert in your ears. That's Coffee AI. Thank you.
Great area to focus on, great presentation. A bunch of questions related to differentiation. I'm curious as to how you differentiate yourself from Drishti, from Deephow, from Tulip. Granted, those started in the manufacturing area, but they're deep, personalized models. Granted, they're not mobile, so that's not distinct, but I don't see any difference between what you're proposing and what they've already done at scale, but help me. In terms of the moat, and by the way, I'm being argumentative here because I like what you're doing, so don't misinterpret my intonation. I'm not convinced you have a moat. I'm convinced that your customers will have a moat. And so the only way you maintain that moat is by locking them in, and if I'm a customer, I'm quite concerned about that.
Yeah.
So help me understand that your moat is not really your customer's moat.
Yeah.
And then sort of long-term differentiation, completely agree with your business model, appreciate that. It was excellent, actually, in terms of your RMR and your margin and so on. But I'm really afraid for you that without some protection, either with trade secrets or IP or patents, that you're not going to be disintermediated by just an agent.
Yeah.
I do have some technical questions about privacy, how you're actually doing that and so on, but I'll just leave you with those questions. Help me understand your moat, your differentiation and so on.
Yeah, I'll try to answer it one by one, and I may have missed some. So I'll start with moat. That's very important to me. Yes, you're right. We don't have our own foundational models. So from a technical point of view or from an LLM point of view, you're right. We don't have that yet. But we have a data moat. So there are different kinds of moats. So we are going to sit on top of the data moat, which we believe that will allow us to enter the market first. At least I don't see a competitor doing what we're doing. Second thing, once we have reached in Deep Hell. Okay, all right.
It's a company that does customized AI-driven training. Deephow is a company that, and I'm conflicted. I don't own any of this company, but it helped accelerate it, and I put it in a multiplicity of plants across Stanley Black & Decker, and it allows people to actually discover, actually not with mobile phones as opposed to wearables, but it's essentially doing exactly this for knowledge dissemination, very rapidly creating videos for training in multiple languages.
Yeah.
Again, manufacturing, not tradespeople, but it's easily transferable to that. So just look at them as a potential.
Yeah, that's really helpful. But to continue what I was saying, so when it comes to moat, we believe that the data moat is going to be really useful to us. You're right, like can Deephow do what we're doing? Sure, if they want to abandon what they're doing and enter this new vertical from a business and commercial point of view, it will be challenging to convince the board. So we aren't betting on them. We just see a missed opportunity in this particular vertical. Now, once we have enough data with the flywheel effect, we intend by that time we will have enough compute power, and we don't need massive, like we can use Exo Labs to commercialize and run on local consumer hardware, and we can do that, and we can train our own foundational models and continue building what we are doing already. So for a starting, yes, you're absolutely correct. We don't have a moat apart from the speed of execution, which in my opinion is very crucial. But yeah, what were your other questions?
Well, I don't want to let the others ask questions, but you just said a technical question about how you're actually doing privacy by design.
I'm more than happy. So, okay, privacy by design. That's a very good question. So I have a background in federated machine learning and differential privacy. So at the moment, it's actually very trivial to understand. So what we are doing is we'll have a local model that will be deployed on the edge device, and that local model will use use a low density, like a low parameter, let's say 8-bit parameter LLM models to identify sensitive data. We're talking about if it's a knowledge work and something, let's say your bank statement comes here, it's pretty obvious that it's a bank statement. That frame, which we're operating at 1 FPS, will not be sent to the cloud. So it has input privacy, as we call it. So that is the privacy by design architecture, and we have experimented with it. It's pretty accurate, and we are more than happy to see how it goes for the real world, per se. Right, no worries.
What's your customer acquisition strategy?
So in terms of GTM, I love this question, which is actually fortuitous because it has worked in our favor. So London Speaker Bureau, our business deal with them is very unique. So we are operating at a revenue share model. So they have about 4,000 plus consultants. We have agreed that we will share 10% of our revenue in exchange for them giving access to their industry partners. And with obviously a 12-month sunset clause that after 12 months we're not going to share anything. But generally speaking, that's just one acquisition channel. Second acquisition channel is old school outbound cold emailing approach. And so far we have explored these two, which have been working for us. I can just speak onto that.
You said your beachhead was trades.
Yes.
So Speaker Bureau rather takes us a bit off piste because there are I can think of two big challenges with trades that don't apply to the Speaker Bureau example. How are you actually going to train the tool?
Yeah.
Go back to Dave and his supervisor. Dave's supervisor, his expertise embodies a lot of context-specific professional knowledge. So,
yeah.
And you keep talking about going fast. Can you actually train fast for that?
Yeah.
And the second, it doesn't apply to Speaker Bureau, is what's the product liability strategy? Do you own some liability or do you upload it on your customers?
They are, so very good question. So, love this question. This is one of the questions that VCs always ask me. It looks like you're in two different directions, like trade and knowledge was two different things. The answer to that is we had a thesis and they came to us and we want to start revenue. So I would say it's a low-hanging fruit. Now, to answer your other question about is it fast trainable, the answer is yes. We are going to use, so for example, one major thing in training is verifiability, which is extremely important, right? And plus, what happens if Dave's AI clone says something self-jeopardizing or something along those lines? So that is why we have input a very high guardrails that is human verifiable. It has to be verifiable by the Dave or the team itself. And in terms, so what we're doing is we are collecting the data. There are only two input channels, frames and speech. Right? And from that, we are going to synthesize and create a knowledge base and create the AI clone, and will be put in several tests before it is deployed, so that in most of the cases it really handles. In situations where it is the AI isn't aware of what happens, obviously we reserve the right to reject. The AI says I don't know instead of hallucinating or anything of that sort. So yeah.
Whether the product may tainted general data protection regulation in EU GDPR in terms of the privacy aspect?
Yeah, love that question. That was my master's thesis, by the way. So yes, for London Speaker Bureau and particularly for Healthy Gamer, this is ultra important, particularly for Healthy Gamer. Yes, we are in compliance with the GDPR. As I mentioned, most of the companies that we know of, the way they solve the GDPR, if you want to call that, is by circumventing around the law. But we are at the architectural level, from a technical point of view, we're never sending the data to the cloud in the first place. So we have something called input privacy. So yes, we are compliant.
Thank you very much, Coffee AI. And then moving on to the third team for this session, we have Remedium. Remedium is working to make carbon capture commercially viable by converting it from a $100 per ton CO2 liability into an $11 per ton CO2 profit opportunity. The proprietary material Lime Loop captures 36 times more CO2 and lowers material costs by 80%, while their carbon capture heat battery enables low-cost regeneration and supplies high-temperature heat. I'd like to welcome Omid Sahafifa of Remedium.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Omid. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of Remedium, where we're making carbon capture commercially viable. But today, I want to tell you a story. So come back with me to January of 2020. I was in my third year of PhD. One day in the lab, I saw a new face, a visiting scholar from Canada. His name was Moji, and I was given a task to show him around Cambridge. So we headed out. I remember it was a sunny day. I know, sunny January, UK, sounds suspicious already. But believe me, it was sunny. We ended up at the cafe in front of King's College, talking, like all good PhD students, about our research. Because let's face it, as PhD student, we didn't have anything else going on in our life. Moji's PhD was on developing a new material for carbon capture. I was always skeptical of carbon capture. So I asked, Moji, why do we need carbon capture when we have renewable energy? Moji explained that 20% of all CO2 emissions comes from industries with inherent CO2 emissions, like cement, steel, petrochemical, oil, and gas. These emissions can only be eliminated with carbon capture. Then he showed me a real-life example, a chemical facility in Germany that is emitting more than 100 kilotons of CO2 per year and paying more than $2.4 million in CO2 taxes, which will increase to $5.8 million by 2050. I was shocked hearing those numbers, so I asked, why don't they just deploy carbon capture? The answer was simple. It is cheaper to just pay tax. So Moji explained that carbon capture is currently too expensive, $100 per ton to just capture CO2, excluding transportation and storage, compared with $85 CO2 tax. And if you look at the cost breakdown, you would see that 40% of that cost is associated with two things, material and energy. Then he showed me his material, Lime Loop, that can capture 36 times more CO2 over its lifetime than natural limestone, which cuts the material cost by more than 80%. But I still didn't know how to reduce the energy costs. I told him, Moji, I might have a solution for you. I explained that my PhD is on heat batteries. Moji looked confused. What is a heat battery? I explained a heat battery converts cheap or renewable electricity into heat and store it, so later on it can sell it to heavy industry, electrify their heat, reduce their operating costs, and fuel consumption. Moji looked even more confused. It's fine, how does that help me? My answer, 4 words, carbon capture heat battery. I explained that when we expose Lime Loop to exhaust gases, it captures CO2 and releases high temperature heat, which we can supply back to the host facility and enable them to have access to cheap heat. Later on, when we have access to renewable or cheap electricity, we convert electricity into heat to regenerate Lime Loop, so it can capture CO2 again, and in a sense, we are charging our carbon capture heat battery. Since the electricity we buy is cheaper than the value of the heat we sell, we're not just reducing the energy cost, we are converting energy from a cost to a revenue factor. This idea excited both of us and led to founding Remedium. And it all started on that sunny day. Since then, we have shown that by taking actual 2025 electricity and natural gas prices, our average cost of capture across Europe is negative $12. Yes, you heard it right. I said negative. This means that by capturing, basically by utilizing our solution, these facilities can make money from their CO2 captures. But how? Well, let's take an example. Let's take Germany. As you can see, the cost of capture is divided amongst the CapEx and OpEx, including material, electricity, and maintenance. But in addition to that, we have a revenue stream, heat sale, which in some cases not only reduces the cost of capture, it actually makes it negative and profitable. In addition to that, we have currently received 2 letters of intent from customers, including one with a consortium of 15 cement manufacturers around the world, and the second one, who is a mortar company in the UK, which will be doing a pilot project with them in January. We have tested LimeLoop for 100 cycle reaching TRL5, built a demo of carbon capture heat battery reaching TRL4, filed 2 patents, participated since last year in 5 highly selective climate tech specific accelerator programs in US, UK, and Europe, and won several international awards, about £300,000 worth. The 2 most significant one was that last June we won the Climate Impact Prize by Net Zero Technology Center, given to the company with the highest commercial and climate potential impact. And last November we participated in a Slingshot competition, which is a global competition. This year they had 6,800 applicants applied to that, and we won the green technology category in that competition as well. So just to reemphasize, we are the only solution that turn carbon capture from a cost to a revenue. But on top of that, we produce food-grade CO2 with market value of $200 per ton, and our process is waste-free because because our material LimeLoop is converted into cement after its lifetime. So let's go back to the example. If this facility buy one of our units, that unit can provide 8.8 gigawatt hour of heat, about 3 to 4% of their annual heat demand, and 3.5 kiloton of CO2 capture. That means that given the reduction in the fuel consumption, basically the heat costs and operating costs, and also the ETS tax, they get their money back in less than 7 years. But this facility is also close by a Coca-Cola facility, a food-grade CO2 uptaker. So if instead of storing the CO2, they sell the CO2 to this Coca-Cola facility, the payback period drops to only 2 years. We have also been able to put together a very capable team. It speaks for itself. We have PhDs, postdocs, MBAs from Cambridge, Oxford, MIT, INSEAD, with more than 100 years of accumulated experience in relevant research, including hydrogen, carbon capture, electricity storage, relevant industries, including working in oil and gas, petrochemical industry, cement, steel industry, and all the core team have prior experience of working in deep tech, hard tech, clean tech startups. We are currently raising our pre-seed round, 1.5 million, to do 3 things: manufacture LimeLoop at ton scale, do a live fluid gas test of LimeLoop, increasing TRL to 7, and demonstrate the whole solution at a kilowatt hour at the mortar company that I mentioned, and increase the TRL of the whole solution to TRL5. By the way, here's a photo of me and Moji on that day. You see, I told you it was sunny. So now tell me, what do you do on a sunny day in January? You step outside so you don't miss it, right? Same applies here. If you're interested, please reach out. Thank you.
A very quick question for me. I saw the name Enterprise Singapore. I'm so curious to hear more about it.
Okay, so the Slingshot competition that I mentioned, right? It was in Singapore last year. The way it works that you apply, then the top 60 will go there and present in 4 different categories. And we were one of the winners, so we got a grant with Enterprise Singapore. So yeah, we're basically registering the company there to use the grant as well, and we're talking to the investors there. And Singapore and the whole, basically East Asia region seems to be a very interesting, a new market that we're looking into right now.
So how much did you get from?
It was only 60K, but that's good, yeah, of course.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
Do you have a financial model, and what is your route to revenue? And what is your, because this seems quite CapEx heavy, what is your route, what is your fundraising
Sure.
Roadmap over the next 18 months to 4 years, I guess?
Yeah. So we have understood the CapEx heavy part of our solution. Like any climate tech solution that can have a big impact will have a huge CapEx upfront problems. So one thing that we have recognized is that this material has its own market. So there are companies that are currently using natural limestone for CO2 capture, and we have been talking with a couple of them and sent samples to them. So initially our focus, that's why the focus initially when I mentioned the main milestones is on the material, because we want to scale the manufacturing and the TRL of the material and start selling the material first to those companies. At the same time, kind of like doing the pilot demo. So the first 18 months for the pre-seed round, the focus is on the material. After that, we raise our seed round to make one of those MVPs that we make. So it's a simple modular unit, like it's off-the-shelf equipment. The novelty is the material in it and the fact that we use a CO2 from a flue gas and basically the process novelty. There is no component that we have to invent or develop ourselves. So in the second stage, after our seed round, which we will raise 5 million, we will build one of those units, and then the focus will be on basically selling those units. And so basically this is initially our focus, the manufacturing of lime loops, selling it to those companies, has its own market, has its own applications, and after that we will build one of these units and we will supply lime loop to it and start selling it to customers, basically those units. Yeah, so I think pre-seed 5 million in 4 years' time, and then the Series A, which is 15 million in 2030.
Quick question from me. So you've got calcium oxide
Yes.
as your main thing.
That's right.
Do you have to do anything to it to make it lime loop?
Yes.
And has there been an audit on that process when you're considering the carbon capture? And then the food grade CO2, I don't think that will be trivial because there's some regulation around food grade CO2.
Yes.
And is there also an audit on that process? Because it's the whole process that makes it viable. So.
Sure. So in regard with the material, yes, we engineer basically lime to make it more stable. The problem with limestone is that you have to, when you want to regenerate it, you have to heat it up to 900 degrees C and it sinters. So initially we might have a porous structure, but after a couple of cycles you lose porosity. So we have added this secondary stabilizer, and this is the outcome of 4 years of research, PhD research that comes out of it. We have IP in the synthesizing process of this material. And so you can see that what we have done by adding this secondary stabilizer is that we have created a skeleton to the material to slows down the sintering issue that you would see in the limestone. And the novelty is not the material, the stabilizer is how we achieve a very well uniform dispersion in our material. So we only add 5% MgO, which is nothing novel. MgO in calcium oxide is dolomite, it's naturally available. But the fact that we achieve a very uniform dispersion is how we would be able to basically perform significantly better. And this is our 100 cycle pellets experiment, which shows that even after the 100th cycle, what we capture is more than what natural limestone capture in the first cycle. In terms of the food grade CO2, no, we haven't done audit on that one yet. Obviously, as you can see, that it's not dependent on selling the food grade because it's a heat battery, because it provides basically the heat application. But it makes it significantly better. The thing that makes us confident on the purity of the CO2 we produce is that because we use electricity rather than burning fuel or using steam for regeneration, there's no dilution with other gases, so we can achieve a very high purity of CO2. The source of CO2 will kind of like makes it whether it's going to be food grade or not. So that would be a quite important thing, yes.
One question to understand the sustainability aspect. What is needed post-capture for companies to avoid the CO2 tax?
So as long as it doesn't go back to the atmosphere. So the applications that we're looking at is basically either stored or converted into some product that it just doesn't go. If you make a fuel out of it, you cannot take taxes from it, yeah, because that fuel will be burnt and then eventually end up in the atmosphere.
If this succeeds, it will be a large-scale business.
Yes.
So who's going to be making it and who's going to be servicing it? Is it a giant version of your current company or some other plan to scale it?
So, yeah, as you can see in our kind of like the way we foresee the future is that we try, so initially, like I presented here 2 years ago, like I did this competition. And back then I wanted to make that thing that would cost hundreds of millions, which didn't make sense. That's not an investable business. So we have identified how we can make this a smaller scale version of it and sell it to make money out of it. But getting to that scale, eventually we need to build a larger scale carbon capture plants if we want to decarbonize a whole cement factory. And for that, we are partnering with engineering companies because that's basically where they have the expertise to do so.
So sorry, one quick follow-up question on my previous question. You mentioned that the CO2 can be sold, right? Is that part of the case, the unit economics that you presented with minus 12? No, okay.
No. That's only the cost of capturing CO2. So on top of that, you can.
The revenue is purely from energy.
From energy, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Omid. Thank you very much to all our panelists for this session. Just to mention that we've come to the end of this particular round, and the next thing on our agenda is for feedback and networking. And after that, just to mention that there is brunch to be served at the dining hall. And if everyone makes their way there, please, we have to be back here at 2 p.m. to continue the program. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm presenting in the next section, and I'm wondering if I can modify the slide real quick. I want to take out a slide. Is that something I can? Yeah.
Let's see. Who are you?
So there are a lot of loopholes that they have to
there are some in more than one category, as usual. They're all in at least one category. So the category of just consider them for the what do you think of this, Chris?
I just need to print out some more score sheets. I'll just be back in a moment. Oh, sorry.
The quickest thing to do is just to do a 12 by 3 grid.
Yeah.
The companies down one side and then the 3 categories
Next.
next to them, and then just tick.
Which
Yes,
categories
and
are in?
then when we do like the sustainability, we can see it's this one, this one, this one, this one.
Sure, that's a good idea. Yeah.
I think we'll need that for the meeting on
Yeah.
that.
Okay, yeah, I'll prepare that before then. That's no problem. Yes, about the one that I haven't selected category, I don't know what the position on that is. Yeah.
Sorry, the judges.
I need to print out some more sheets because we don't seem to have enough of those.
How are you?
Right, one procedural point. AgriConnect didn't select a category. So should we push them into a category? It's said that, well, they're not AI. So we'll consider them as sustainability and I'll persuade my fellow judges that that's how we should deal with it.
So far?
Yeah, it's enjoyable. I thought there was some good quality pitching.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm still sceptical that you can train a virtual electrician quickly at the level of someone with 20, 30 years experience. There's a lot of context.
When you were showing the example, I was thinking there's a certain amount of trust involved here.
Well, they
don't forget to turn off the breaker.
They only have one. They only have one gear, which is sixth. And it just seems to me you have to capture a lot of real-world information and process it.
You really would.
To cover all that. Speech is far easier because you've got ready-made data that you can just throw into the thing.
No, absolutely. I just did I've done a LinkedIn post for each of the pitches, and so on that one I emphasised that it was going to take a very entrepreneurial team to meld real-time vision processing, real-world application as opposed to knowledge work, and tacit knowledge. Those are 3 very difficult projects, each very difficult projects, let alone trying to do them all in one project.
Yeah. What's the liability if Dave electrocutes
Well, that's
himself?
the thing, do we say, Dave, you haven't turned off the breaker, you idiot. What are you doing? Like a real person.
It reminds me of one of those
stop?
old Hollywood movies in which the pilot dies and the rookie has to land the jumbo jets.
Can't do that, Dave. Yes, no, you weren't talking about the state agency, you were talking about the spoofs to great success. Very good, very good. Oh.
Whole week.
Yes. I'm just coming. I bored you with my tales of my busy teaching time, but that's
Yes, you've got it all in one term. That sounds like
but
a self-imposed problem.
Yeah, exactly. But it's been a very productive week, actually. So
till at what time?
We start again at 2.
Okay, that's fine. So I got a bit of time. I just went into another place this morning.
Oh, okay, great. Well, you missed some good pitches, but there's some more to come after lunch, so you're very welcome.
With this college, you said possibly you are routing your scholarship and the support that tax will be paid for you. I'm not that connected, but it's more about just finding out opportunities and how people, I do connect people across various initiatives. Oh, so like, I'm not and I connect with people. Sorry. Oh, no, you're fine. You can continue to comment whatever you need. I had to say, I had a comment.
I was a student last year, so I just graduated my master's, and now I'm doing this whole entrepreneurship thing.
That's the only place I actually meet people.
Yeah.
So,
Or the one after that. You're going to hear the whole
What was it called?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Interesting. Any reason to say, oh, you can consider clicking. That's absolutely fine.
No, it's fine. I'll let this is the scan. I'm doing my master's.
What are you doing next?
It's a
Very cool. I used to be a process engineer.
So not all manufacturing is based. It's an MBA for engineering. So it's a little bit of manufacturing and management strategy.
More like unique point out. So I work on the site and they're falling apart. So love it. Fantastic. Not actually falling apart. There was one that was physically falling apart, but it's also very issues, so that's fine. And then there's
It's more, these connections are more from making sure that
Yeah.
and actually it's a
I really don't mind.
I don't mind either.
But there's a dongle, so it probably works out either
So
way.
are we okay to yes?
Well, I'm sure that there's a ton of. Yeah.
It's all right.
To use the travelling mic as well as the podium mic, because there's two of us presenting for the next one.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
that's fine.
fantastic. They can be using. Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah, the thing is that you just need to slide that up.
Yep.
And then it's into the end.
Gorgeous.
But I think I've got it muted over there, so that won't happen.
No,
I'll unmute that.
thank you. Oh, brilliant. That's ideal. And then the dongle's already plugged in, and
Yeah.
lovely.
So you are Polytex?
We are Polytex. Yes.
Cool. Okay, yeah, because that was... yeah, that one there. Yeah, so I'll come out, switch it over, and then you'll be good.
Awesome. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
That's all right.
Oh, if I could just put this in. Perfect. That's fantastic. If it's the PowerPoint sent correctly. It was the PDF that went whack for some reason.
Yeah, I was doing it by the PowerPoint because they work better with the clicker. That's all right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone be seated? Our session will begin very shortly. Okay, so welcome everyone to our afternoon session. We have 3 pitches for this session. So first, let's welcome the Polytechs. Polytechs are making cutting-edge bioelectrical mapping accessible and scalable in real-world settings through a novel medical device. They combine proprietary, flexible, high-density electrode arrays with material science and machine learning for new diagnostic possibilities in brain, heart, and muscle health. Let's welcome Kellen and Ruben.
Hi. Hello. Fantastic. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Callan.
And I'm Ruben, and we're the co-founders of Polytechs, where we're making the skin a window into the body.
We want to introduce you to the problem that we are solving with Polytechs, the same way that we were many years ago. So I'd like you to meet Scooby. Okay, here we go. I'd like to meet Scooby, Buddy, and Cindy. These are our childhood rescued dogs. And unfortunately, it was through these guys that we first heard the words myxomatous mitral valve disease. What we weren't aware of until we rediscovered this condition through the work of Polytechs is that within this condition is one of the largest clinical bottlenecks in all of medicine.
MMVD is a fatal degenerative heart disorder that is dominant in veterinary cardiology. In fact, 80% of all diagnosed cases in veterinary cardiology units are MMVD. This means that there are millions of dogs worldwide that require staging and treatment. Luckily, there are medications that can handle and manage most of the symptoms of MMVD, but the problem is that their effectiveness depends on early staging.
This staging is done through an echocardiogram with an average cost to the patient of £1,150. Even if you decide to pay this, capacity is extremely limited, and the chances that you are referred too early and need to pay for a re-referral is 70%. And the consequences of that are severe. As you can see, the majority of dogs with a diagnosed murmur for MMVD never receive staging. But this is why I have hope.
We're the first people to demonstrate that by mapping in high density the electrical activity of the heart from the skin, you can reliably stage MMVD. In a pilot study that we ran at the vet school here in Cambridge, we obtained 86% accuracy at the staging of MVD compared to an echocardiogram, which is the gold standard. And at Polytechs, we've integrated all this technology into a robust and deployable medical device.
So we are introducing SwiftStage. This is a novel medical device that enables cheap and fast staging of MMVD in primary care. It is specifically designed to integrate into existing clinician workflows, as it is usable in under 2 minutes without specialist training, it is electrogel-free, and it is reusable. Primary clinics, who would typically see none of that referral revenue, are now empowered to help their clients make informed treatment decisions.
At the core of our devices lies Mosaic, our integrated electrophysiology platform that is built on half a decade of research at the University of Cambridge. And this is what it looks like, sorry. I have it here. Yeah, it consists of 3 main innovation pillars. First of all, we developed conducting polymer electrode coatings and make these electrodes into what we call wet-dry, which means that they don't require any gels, they are reusable and long-term stable. And at the same time, because these are conducting polymers, it means that we can shrink the size of electrodes significantly while retaining the same performance and obtain a 10-fold increase in resolution compared to existing technologies. The second innovation is on engineering. So we have developed this novel fabrication process that allows us to integrate these electrodes into flexible and very conformable and easy to wear devices. And the third innovation is on machine learning. So we have proprietary algorithms that are able to extract information that is useful from these very complex spatiotemporal maps and make them into insights that clinicians and vets can use.
SwiftStage is Polytech's first product, and we plan to launch it in the UK market within 12 months, before a quick expansion to European and American markets. As you can see, for just this one device, the potential is huge, and we project an annual revenue of year 5 at 29.4 million. But more widely, the electrophysiology market is the fastest growing in medical technology, projected to reach 17 billion by 2030 at a compound annual growth rate of 13%. We're going to operate a hybrid razor and blade model. So what that means is they buy the device up front, a one-off purchase, but then that is complemented by recurring high-margin revenue from both the disposable arrays and also a software subscription. The veterinary market has a couple of significant advantages. Foremostly, there are minimal regulatory barriers. This is what allows us to get our device to the market within 12 months. And also, this market is incredibly concentrated. So for example, in the UK, there are 5,000 clinics. 60% of those are owned by 6 corporate groups with centralized procurement, and we're already talking to 2 of them for pilot rollout.
Yes, the staging of MMVD is a very well-known problem in veterinary cardiology, and there exist companies out there that are trying to solve this problem already. We have categorized them into 2 groups. We have companies that are trying to use stethoscopes with AI to try and solve this problem, and other companies that are trying to miniaturize echocardiography machines to make them portable. The problem is that they have been unable to successfully deploy this in primary care, and it's because in the case of echocardiography, it's not practical in primary care. It takes too long to be used. And then in the case of stethoscopes, they lack the resolution needed to do so. Polytech is thinking out of the box and using a novel type of information, this bioelectrical mapping, to solve all of these hurdles.
You might have noticed on our title slide, we had a human arm with our sensor technology wrapped around it, and we spent the last 5 minutes talking about dogs. What's going on there? Well, the advantages and the possibilities allowed for by the Mosaic platform have even more significant potential in the future of human clinical medicine.
This is our vision. Anything that is electrically active in the body can be measured and mapped with our technology. And I just want to show you some examples of work that we have done. We've not just measured the heart, but we've measured muscles, brain, gut, and many other organs. And we've worked in a wide range of applications, going all the way from microgravity studies in astronauts to neuroprosthetic devices. So there's a wide range of applications. Let me introduce you to the 3rd member of our co-founding team. This is Charlie, and he's our founding engineer. And in 2021, he was diagnosed with a paroxysmal heart arrhythmia. By a combination of massive waiting lists and not 1 but 2 misdiagnoses, Charlie took 3 years before he could get a surgery.
ECG missed it, echocardiogram missed it, but arrhythmia mapping and screening is one of the first indications we are targeting in conjunction with the Royal Papworth Hospital, and it couldn't come at a sooner time when NHS cardiac routine waiting lists are near an all-time high. And this is some of our active work. But our long-term vision is to bring high-resolution electrophysiology for the entire body under one superior and accessible platform. And the way we do that is by solving the veterinary cardiology problem first. It is a low-regulation, high-margin, and well-understood problem that allows us to expand our IP portfolio, generate safety data, and ultimately build a regulatory package that will accelerate our approval in a range of human applications.
Let me tell you about the team. So I'm acting as CEO of the company. I'm a 2nd-time founder, and I developed the technology during my PhD. We have Callan as well as our COO. He has a background in biophysics and specializes in translation of medical technologies. And then you've met Charlie already, our founding engineer. He did his master's with me, so he knows the technology very well, but also he brings electrical engineering expertise from industry. And we're also extremely fortunate to have an amazing advisory board of Cambridge academics that includes expertise in medical device manufacturing, veterinary cardiology, and entrepreneurship.
Since incorporating at the end of the last year, we've already had pilot sales of our sensor platform to startups and research groups across universities. We've completed our MVP, our first trial as well, and we're in conversation with the largest veterinary groups in the world. We're also very lucky to be supported by a range of fantastic groups, and along with Callum, who presented earlier, we were listed last week as one of the 21 to watch for 2026.
Our main top priority is to file IP for the family of coating materials that we have developed at Polytech. And that's what we want to use the Wolfson Prize for.
Polytech is preparing to open its pre-seed raise of £1 million. This will grant us an 18 to 20-month runway, which includes the launch of SwiftStage into the UK market. Over the next 12 months, our 2 big milestones are a multi-clinic veterinary trial and also our first human feasibility trial.
Polytech's technology is reimagining non-invasive diagnostics.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. First, thank you very much. One, why not go to wellness first instead of dogs? Unregulated, direct access, multiplicity of revenue opportunities. It's question one. Question two has got maybe to do with your anticipated margins in competition. So why or how much pressure do you think you're going to have from if you will a legacy or predecessor? So if I can buy existing proven, if you will, supported material, what's your argument? You walk into my office. I'm a vet. Maybe I own 10 veterinarian shop. Why do I want to buy this?
I can go on the first one. So we definitely thought about the fitness space, but the main advantage that we bring, or the uniqueness that we have, is the ability that we can obtain these high-density maps, right? These high-density electrical maps contain complex information that even after filtering through our algorithms, so to speak, require clinical input, right? It's something that is not necessarily intuitive that regular people can just understand. So although it makes sense and it's not very highly regulated, by doing so in the veterinary field that there's some clinical input or some clinical interaction, we are getting the best of both worlds because it's low regulation and at the same time makes sense for the technology that we're proposing.
It's also a very well understood problem. Like if you go to a veterinary conference, the multiple ones that we've been to, they'll have panels dedicated to this exact problem. How do we stage MMVD at the point of primary care? And we've already shown that we can do something that none of the incumbents, none of the competitors have been able to do, which is stage it effectively and quickly. And then to answer your second question, what's the advantage for the clinic to purchase it? Well, the beautiful thing about this technology, SwiftStage, is that everyone's a winner. So what it does for the clinic is they would typically not be able to charge for that referral for the echocardiogram staging. It has to be done by an outsourced center, a cardiology hospital. This grants them a way of a cheap test that they can charge for. It grants more information to the patient. If it's a high-risk murmur, if it comes back and says, okay, there's a good chance this is a B2 and needs treatment, then they can say, okay, well, now I feel comfortable spending the amount of money to get a full cardiological workup. It increased the quality of referrals for the tertiary center as well, so they're unlikely to push back against it. In fact, they might even get more referrals because silent murmurs that previously were not able to be have identified murmurs will suddenly be referred. And finally, obviously, for the patient, there is huge upsides in outcomes as well.
I can add on to that as well, sorry. The owners of the dogs also benefit from this because referrals usually involve traveling to the nearest hospital. So if you get early triaging, and that tells you that you don't need to go for referral and you save yourself some trips, that's also convenient, as well as the cost. But then also I'm thinking in terms of insurance companies, that it's also convenient for them because it's an additional test that will leverage whether they can afford, an echo referral or not. And at the same time, if you think of it in terms of the referral units, turns out that the more advanced the dog is, so essentially what we're doing is telling, more advanced from less advanced, and only the more advanced should go into referral. Those need to be checked even more often, which means that those are the high profile, those are the dogs that actually make the referral, the units money because they're selling the drug to them. To the other ones, they don't. They're wasting time.
Two questions. One is, are you aware of any competitor with similar products that's launching in the market?
Yeah.
Second question is, what is your expected retail price and gross profit margin?
Yes, I can go into the competitive landscape. So if you want to go into that slide, we've mentioned it broadly, but essentially, I can give you names of companies. Echo Health is doing this AI stethoscopes that are called. And then FCUs, Clarius is the biggest one at the moment in the market. But essentially what these guys are doing is, what vets use in primary clinics are stethoscopes. So they will listen to a murmur, but that generally doesn't tell you much. It only tells you that there is a valve disease, but nothing more. So what they're trying to do with AI is sort of push that boundary forward. But sound, it's limited in the amount of things that it can tell you. And also, not only that, we're talking that somewhere around the range of, it varies depending on the age of the dog, but generally it can go from 9 to 60% of dogs will not present murmurs altogether, so they will have any sounds. So this tool is completely useless for those cases. And then in the case of Clarius, problem is that it's still an echo machine, which means that you still need to probe the animal, you need a nurse to hold the dog, and it's just impractical because in a primary clinic, you will have 15 to 20 minutes per dog, which means that this tool, which will take you 20 minutes to use or more, it's impractical. It just can't be deployed.
That's for the vet product. But in terms of this new sort of frontier in electrophysiology for this high-resolution bioelectrical mapping, there is no one who's done it to the same level we have. In fact, the bigger implication of what we've done in our research is not just showing that we can stage MMVD, but we can use high-resolution spatial mapping of the electricity of the body to actually get structural insights around health, which has not really been done before. And so the same logic can be applied to human clinical health in the heart, the brain, and the muscle.
It is all about the enabling technology, that conducting polymers, what makes it work, essentially.
Yeah, and then in terms of the pricing, yeah, absolutely. Obviously over time, as we cut our cost of goods and our sort of material bill, the margin increases. We launch at a rough, the clinic price is around £4,000, and then the cost per screening for the clinic is £10. So they sort of buy packs of the disposable arrays that could be used 10 times, and then you fit a new one. We'd be looking for them to charge at around £50 per test for the actual primary clinic to the patient.
This is comparable to other technologies. So if you have an ECG machine in vet clinics, it's comparable price range. So it is something that they can afford for sure.
And the vet would actually break even just off the profit they would make from the test in 6 months.
Thanks. Can I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so just a quick one. So so that I understand what's at the center of the technology, whether you're measuring ECGs or you're measuring something else, I just want to know that.
Absolutely.
I have other questions. And then when you are talking about getting in 2027, there must be some regulation around diagnostics in the vet market. Do you have to CE mark vet diagnostics as you have to do with vet devices, as you have to do with humans, which means that you need a clinical trial before you can actually get into the market? And then, so talk to me about the regulatory hurdles and how you're going to address those. And then when I look at the slide, if you go to your ask, your funding, yeah, so £1 million, I mean, I've just done a clinical trial. Phase 1, I don't think that you can do a clinical trial in animals, which is the same price as humans, even though the return is less, and a clinical trial in humans with this money. Because even to manufacture the device to GMP, that's probably the £1 million. So if you can just address the funding, what the conducting polymers do, whether you have a CE mark, and the last question is the prevalence of the disease. How many dogs are we talking about?
Fantastic.
All clear.
Do you want to do
with
the ECG stuff? Yeah.
The ECG, it's an oversimplification of what we're measuring. We're measuring electrical potentials in the skin produced and propagated by organs inside your body. It's not ECG, it's not EMG, it's not EEG, it's all of them. And in fact, ECG I like to think of it as a bike with pedals, or what do you call it, like the aids for kids to learn how to cycle. Because the ECG is just, if the whole map of your body is doing an ECG, the actual ECG is just getting a couple of angles to get a general idea of how the heart is doing. But it's a simplified view of what we're doing. So we're extracting all potentials. I can talk more in more detail. The whole PhD on this, so definitely have the. Yeah, absolutely. and then on your second point, so we've talked to five regulatory veterinary companies. Now, there is regulation in the veterinary field, but there is a big distinction between pharma products, which are very highly regulated like humans, and non-invasive, what they call medical devices. That is a gray area. And I've been told by all of the lawyers that I've talked to, they say that there's no need for clinical trials. And in fact, we know of 2 or 3 companies, Novax, for example, is one of them, that have non-invasive devices that have started in dogs in a similar fashion that we have, and they didn't have to do any clinical trials. What is important is that you need to do clinical validation, which is different. So it is enough data and enough results to convince the corporates that your results are good enough for them to purchase your product.
Yes. So I think critically, the 2 studies that we've listed on this slide aren't clinical trials. So the multi-clinic vet trial, there's 2 parts. The first part is data gathering. So we're trying to get 200 dogs in 6 months, and that's to inform our models. The second part is about usability in workflows. So it's partnering with these referral centres and seeing them being actioned at the point of primary care, seeing them work and seeing the performance from our device. There's no need to CE mark vet device. We were surprised at that. Like there is very, very minimal regulation around it. It's really just about convincing the corporates.
The only thing you do need to have is skin irritation. Skin irritation and biocompatibility.
Yes, we do have ISO standard testing set up for the next 6 months as well. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, group. Now, our next presenter is Oralytica. Oralytica focuses on the fact that currently meat producers destroyed 2% of their output simply to check that it is safe. Oralytica provides the first viable alternative to this destructive quality assurance testing. Now let's welcome Anna.
Thank you very much. All right, hello everybody. So I'm not even going to try the clicker because it hasn't worked for most other people at this point. But hello everyone, my name is Anna Winter and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Oralytica, where we are making sensors out of food for food. So I, like many other people, lost my sense of smell immediately after COVID. Don't worry, it's back, I can smell now. But this greatly affected the way that I interacted with food in the kitchen. Specifically, if I went up to my refrigerator and I saw that the chicken breasts were out of date, I can no longer trust my nose to actually tell me if they were good or not. I simply had to throw them away. So when I met my co-founder, he actually questioned that. Is that the way we should be doing things? Is there an alternative? Okay, so what if there is an alternative? How much money or how much waste could we actually save if we were to approach this in a different way? So just in the UK alone, we waste 10.2 million tons of food every single year because it is thrown into the bin. But what is the actual economic cost of that? Because this is an entrepreneurship competition. That is 22.3 billion pounds that the UK is throwing away every single year because we aren't able to trust the food or able to move the food effectively through our food system. And a huge part of that is because of a fear of food poisoning, that guttural reaction that we have because we want to make sure that our food is safe. There is so much testing that needs to be undertaken, or there's simply people take the food in their fridge and throw it away because of these conservative use-by dates, which are our primary way of combating food waste, or combating food safety right at this moment. And Oralytica is changing that. We are quantifying food safety. We're not just guessing. And we're doing this through our holographic hydrogel sensors. So basically, we take this fancy sticker that changes color from green to red as your food actually chemically spoils. We're not just guessing based on the dates. We're looking at the signals being given off by the food. And that color change can then inform users what to do with their food next, whether it needs to go into the bin because it's genuinely unsafe to eat, or whether that use by date was truly conservative and you could actually eat that food still. This is done through structured coloration. So we've developed a novel material that is able to expand as it is exposed to these new chemical signals. And as it expands, it actually changes the color of light that is reflected. So the color that you see with your naked eye actually changes. You're able to get that data instantly to understand about the quality of your food. This is simple to manufacture and to use. On the manufacturing front, it uses known processes to actually manufacture this material. We're just adding some new novel bits to that manufacturing process. And it's simple to use because it's a simple traffic light system. Hopefully y'all are stopping at the red lights when you're driving. Hopefully you'd also stop at a red light if you're interacting with the food in your fridge. It's safe because we're not using any dyes and we're not using any electronics, so it can go with your food and it's not causing any toxicity risk there. And lastly, it's patentable. Our formulation that we're using for the material itself is novel, as well as a specific step in the scale-up process. But the whole situation I've been laying out thus far is specifically for you interacting with it in your kitchens. That is not where we are starting as Oralytica. We're specifically starting at the pain point meat producers are feeling, who have to destroy 2% of their output because they have to do destructive quality testing in order to reach food safety standards at this moment. They don't want to give you bad food. what we can do is we can replace those destructive quality testing measures and instead provide 100% end-of-line QA by integrating our sensor directly into the packaging. Basically, they scan it and then they're able to see what the quality of the food is inside instantly. And this is why we're starting targeting with producers, because there's a clear business case there. But then we can extend this data to also go to retailers. You'd be able to prove a longer shelf life so that they can move more product. And hopefully we'll also be able to extend it to you in your kitchens to be able to prove that you can eat your food for much longer than it was on a previous use-by date. And this is something that the F&B industry does want. So we've gotten some incredibly positive feedback from the likes of Cranswick, who is who is the UK's 4th largest chicken and pork producer, who see this as a critical piece in creating a more sustainable supply chain within the UK. And their sentiment has also been echoed by the likes of HelloFresh and Asda. And we've also been named as a finalist in 4 different food and innovation-focused competitions within the UK. Now, Oralytica, we're providing a new category for sensing within the food tech industry. Specifically, we are looking at product quality directly. We're not looking at storage conditions. We're able to provide qualitative data because you're able to see it with your naked eye, as well as quantitative data because you can quantify the wavelength of light that's being reflected, so you're able to get specific data points if you're a retailer or producer. And finally, our material is compostable, so it's actually not going to sacrifice or add any additional carbon at the end of its life cycle. But what is the market that we're actually tapping into? So if you look at food waste globally, it is a massive problem. It causes 1.2 trillion pounds every single year. Oralytica is not trying to do that entire thing quite yet. But if you were to look at what our first sensor can actually prevent, so the spoilage, identifying spoilage in beef, pork, chicken, and milk, that is a value of 12 billion pounds that's being thrown away every single year in the EU, UK, and US alone. If you were to capture 15% of that market, that's 1.8 billion pounds that we're able to prevent being thrown into the bin. So the revenue from the sale of the sensors would be 180 million. And Oralytica is looking to do a combination of in-house production as well as licensing, making our revenue from our first technology to be 14 million pounds per year. And it's not just focusing on the revenues, we're also having quite a large carbon impact as well. This is, if we were to capture that sum, it's the same as convincing 6 million people to go vegan. So 6 million people is roughly the size of Houston, Texas, and I trust my ability to do this more so than convincing all of those Texas barbecue-loving people to go vegan. But how are we actually doing this? So right now, we have recently moved into a lab in Hackney, and we are able to do roughly 10 of these sensors a day, focusing more on the qualitative and quantitative data that we're able to get out of this. So we're working on a tabletop right now. We've recently gotten funds in, and those funds, in addition to a small bridge round we're doing now, will be focused on developing a pilot line to be able to produce 50,000 sensors a day on a line that's actually not that large. It's roughly a third of the judges' table up here. So that pilot line is able to produce an incredible amount of sensors so that we're able to do in-depth commercial pilots and eventually leading to an offtake agreement. Then we're going to look at a scale-up line, which would be the whole length of the judges' table up here, able to produce 1.2 million sensors a day, which is enough to suffice the demand that would be set by our first customer and LOI partner thus far, Cranswick. At that point, we would then move towards mass manufacturing, where we would license the technology out, because Oralytica wants to focus on being an IP-driven company that's working on structured holography, rather than a mass production trying to actually look at the distribution of 13 million sensors a day. And how are we doing so far? Well, we're not doing bad. So Oralytica's journey actually started in my co-founder's kitchen. That's this first picture up here. That's his hob, and we were using his air fryer in the back as a dehydrator. It's a fantastic way to prove that your tech is food safe. Then in December, we got our first stable polymer, which was a fantastic step for us. We got our second LOI signed in January, and then from there, we moved into our Hackney Labs space in February, and since then, we've only been accelerating our prototyping and our experimentation. So now we have actually been able to reach the point where we see a visible color change, a visible hologram in that bottom right. I know the lighting's a little bit rough, but there's a small green dot in there. That's huge, because that was made with a glorified laser pointer. So once we get access to an actual good laser with the funds we're raising, we're gonna be able to make some significant progress. And we're only starting in food. That's where we see Oralytica's technology being uniquely suited, but it's not stopping there. We want to expand into identifying other chemical threats in new industries soon. So our clearest path to IP is in the food industry. After that, we want to move to the likes of sweat monitoring, water monitoring, or even looking at pathogen detection itself. There's a few different ways that we can integrate holographic hydrogels to actually identify these chemical threats in the world around us. And that move towards those, being able to develop this within food and the move towards licensing allows our revenues to increase dramatically once we hit 2030. And who's actually going to do it? Well, I'm Anna Winter. I am the CEO, as I mentioned earlier. I've got an MBA from Cambridge. I'm an ex-process engineer that has worked on the technology that is going to be used to scale up Oralytica's technology. And my co-founder is Dr. Sam Davis. He has an Imperial PhD in this specific subject, specific holographic hydrogels. And we have advisors on the tech front, on the marketing front, on the market front, licensing, and then also looking at how do we actually scale up the technology itself. So Oralytica is actually in the process of closing an angel bridge round right now, but we are expecting to engage in a pre-seed in the fall, and I welcome any questions that y'all might have. Who wants to start it off?
Thank you very much. Curious as to the chemical change.
Yeah.
Are we talking pH broadly? Is that what you're looking at, or is it something else? If you can say,
yeah,
it would be nice to hear. And then just your thoughts on the contact of the sensor with the food.
Absolutely.
Because residuals are important to consider.
Absolutely. So the chemical changes that we're looking at right now are pH, alcohol. Actually, there's an interesting implication for fermentation and alcohol and being able to detect that. And then also the headspace gases themselves. So we have our polymers designed to be able to detect one in each of those, which is how that works. And in terms of the contact, we are going to be aligning with the food contact regulations. There's 3 specific tests that we are going to have to pass. We understand what those tests are. We understand who we're going to be doing those tests with, and we already have a warm introduction with that lab. So we are very aware of what that space holds for us in the near future. Yeah.
What's your use of funds and your customer acquisition strategy? Seems quite reliant on one customer. Do you not think that would be a weakness as opposed to a strength?
No, that's an absolutely great point. So yes, we actually have 2 LOIs currently signed. One of them is with the UK Fermenters Guild, and we're working with specific companies within their community that are interested in our technology, in addition to Cranswick. And then we're also in conversations with a few other meat producers about LOIs as well. Just haven't listed them here because they haven't been completed as of yet. And I forgot what your first question is. I apologize. Oh, use of funds.
Use of funds, yeah.
Absolutely. So the majority of our funds right now are going towards tech R&D. So for example, we're going to need to purchase a laser for our lab. That is what a lot of the funds, specifically that, and then materials, small portion going to the team as well. And then on the commercial side, it's mainly going to conferences and such. And the commercial ends up being roughly 10%, and IP is also at 10%.
And just quickly, how much have you raised so far already?
So far, we have 150,000 in from Carbon 13, and then we're closing a round right now for 155.
So Anna, congratulations on getting the 2 LOIs. 2 questions. One, how difficult is it going to be to expand to sweat, water, pathogens?
Oh, to do the new markets, absolutely.
And 2, related to your current market, you talked about Houston.
Yeah.
As you know, U.S. Does not do 100% inspection. Animals, et cetera, food production. So I'm kind of curious from an acceptance perspective, or is it you've got a hard financial case and you think you'll be able to win them over?
So regarding let's do that first, expansion into new markets. The chemistry that we're targeting in those new markets, we've already identified what the pathway to create those polymers is. And the actual scale-up process is actually identical, or very close to identical. So it's basically, it'd be the same as just changing the base roll out, but putting it through a very similar process. So when we're talking about the expansion to industries, it's gonna be quite quickly. The R&D to develop those new polymers is what our focus would be, and that's where we wanna create the IP. It's a roll-to-roll process, exactly, just with different converting steps at the end. And in terms of going to the state still loses quite a bit of production throughout its line. So the hard financial case is something that we're going to have to win in that space, but we believe we can do it, and we're well suited to do it because our price per unit is so low in comparison to our competitors.
You're going to be focused on being an IP company.
Absolutely.
So your royalty is, a big determinant of financial outcomes. How did you arrive at 5%?
So the 5% was based on conversations that I've had with some people within this industry, in the food tech specifically, where 5% is roughly the center of what food tech companies were able to charge of their customers. So sticking with the 5% for food is where we're sticking. However, if we were able to go to pathogen detection or something else, the royalties for those would be higher because it would be more dependent on the technology itself. So that 5% was just specifically focusing on food. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Now let's move on to our next group. Healthspan Biotechs combine AI and laboratory research, uncovering how certain individuals naturally resist brain disease like Alzheimer's. They have discovered a novel neuroprotective pathway and identified a gut-derived probiotic strain that activates it, with plans to deploy a paired probiotic and biomarker monitoring service. Now let's welcome Sina and Ijo.
Right. Let's try the clicker. Okay, it really does not work. Okay, here we go. Right, so I guess we are stood back here today. Cool, hi. Hi everyone, my name is Sivia. I'm CTO and co-founder at Healthspan Biotics. How many people here today know somebody who lives with dementia? We all have a 42% lifetime risk of developing dementia. And it's a condition that not just attacks the actual neurons, but it takes away a person's independence and their identity long before it takes their life. And so looking around this room, even if we are all in the 60%, chances are we will know somebody close to us who will be affected. And so even though millions of people around the world are affected by dementia in one way or another, there is no cure. And so current standard of care is to manage the symptoms and then to send the patients home to watch and wait. At Healthspan Biotics, we are developing an early, safe intervention to preserve the neurons and the person while there is still time. So how we went about this is we first started off by asking the question, what exactly does a stressed neuron do to try and protect itself? And so for this, we integrated lots of data across different biological modalities. We took transcriptomic data, metabolomics, proteomics, cellular data, as well as a big epidemiological study of 500,000 people. Using machine learning, we then teased apart a lot of these signals, and we found an interesting cellular resilience pathway that neurons naturally activate in order to survive. And so we asked the question, is this actually an interesting pathway that we can hijack to help the brain protect itself? And so we went back into the lab, and using cellular and animal models of Alzheimer's, we found that when we activated this pathway, either by directly giving these key metabolites or activating genes along this pathway, we could get measurable increases in neuronal health. We've since published a lot of this work, so this validated a lot of our core science. But then came the next kind of big challenge, and that is, how do we actually activate this pathway in a human? And so our key insight really was we realized that there are some really interesting microbes in some people's guts that actually naturally produce lots of these neuroprotective molecules as a byproduct of their metabolism. So we went, interesting. We took this strain, went back into the lab, and basically used directed evolution to further engineer this microbe. And so since then, we've been able to double its therapeutic output, and in doing so, we've turned this natural microbe into a mini factory. We've since filed IP on this strain, covering the use of this for improving neuronal resilience. And so what we've actually created is a safe, effective, and scalable method for improving brain health. over the last year, we have reached out and partnered with a probiotic manufacturing company, and we've manufactured our first batch. We've all since taken it. I will take my pill today. I do need water, actually. And so we've all taken it, our team's all taken it, but what's really cool is recently we have finished a small pilot trial with 15 volunteers aged 50 to 65. And what was really great to see was that all of our participants showed an increase in this evolved probiotic in their stool, which basically tells us that actually, yes, our probiotic is getting into the gut exactly where it is needed. Of course, we've looked at the blood, and we found that it increases the neuroprotective biomarkers that we've designed our probiotic to secrete. But what was really encouraging to us is that one of our participants told us that she was seeing improvements in her spelling and her memory. And it is feedback like this that really encouraged us to think about what is the fastest way we can get into and support lots of families. And so for this reason, strategically, we are aiming to go to market as a food supplement rather than a traditional therapeutic. I'm seeing some skeptical faces around here. We are also aware that the supplement space has a bit of a bad rap for being data light. And so for this reason, we are launching our probiotic paired with a cognition as well as biomarker monitoring service. And so that's because we want the patients and their doctors to see and track the biological and functional improvements. And we think this is really important because when you look at the competitor landscape, many patients are actually forced to choose between cost and efficacy. And so our kind of classical, like on one end of the spectrum, you've got supplements like Suvenaid that are marketed directly to dementia patients. And yet, while they are super affordable and safe, there's not a whole lot of clinical evidence backing this up. On the other end of the spectrum, you've got anti-amyloids like lecanemab that have evidence showing that it's targeting the pathology. However, it is expensive. And it can come with serious side effects, and for those reasons, they are not available for routine use on the NHS. And the final category is the current standard of care, drugs like donezepil that allow patients to kind of manage their symptoms, but it doesn't really affect the course of their disease. So we see ourselves as being able to differentiate ourselves from the rest of the space in that we offer we come with the clinical rigor of a therapeutic, but with the safety and affordability of a supplement. So we recognize that we occupy a very unique space. And so our next milestone is that we would like to reach 500 active participants in the next 18 months. And this would be really transformative really for us because it would allow us to generate a real-world data set, massively inform and de-risk the clinical trial that we would like to plan and we would like to actually run. And it would also be a way to generate very early revenue, which would be really nice proof of concept of market demand for us and to future investors. In the longer term, we see ourselves moving toward a B2B2C model by embedding ourselves further into the infrastructure of care. And how we're going about doing this is we're already working really closely with the Alzheimer's Society to basically make sure that all of our full offering is patient-centric and that we maintain that clinical credibility every step of the way. So that makes it easier for healthcare providers to recommend us and for global wide adoption. The second thing we're doing is we will run a clinical trial to validate the efficacy of our intervention. We have already registered our clinical trial. Look out for Profile. And it is currently, and it is being led by our world-class expert and a specialist in old age psychiatry, Professor Ben Underwood. And so and he's also one of our board members. Our other board member, Dr. Michelle Tempest, is helping us to navigate the care home space. We've already had some really promising talks with major providers like Sarah. And what we're hoping and looking forward to is that as we get more of this clinical validation, that it would actually help facilitate and accelerate our rollout from the small scale pilots that we're talking about with teams like Sarah into like more wider adoption. And so I'd like to just take this moment to just zoom out for a second. The scale of the opportunity is quite large. So currently right now, there are 500,000 people living in care homes. And we recognize that even if we tap into 0.6% of these people, we are looking at an annual revenue of £3 million. And so how we're looking to get there is we are raising 2 million at the moment for us to be able to complete the clinical trial, build our real-world data set, and start scaling our operations to meet and be ready for deployment. But judges, today we can already start changing lives with the Wolfson. For us, winning the Wolfson Entrepreneurship competition would actually mean that we could already take 10 people off of the watch and wait, put them on our intervention where they can act and track. And so we have the packs in the car, we are ready to send them off. We are waiting for your green light. And so the reason why we can move so quickly is because we have a team that spans from the lab to the clinic and beyond. Between Izu and I, we cover the full spectrum from molecular biology through to systems level computational biology. We're backed by our scientific advisor, Dr. Miguel Martins, who is a PI of over 20 years exactly in this space. And we have our clinical team led by Suleiman, working really closely with Professor Ben Underwood and Michelle. And we've got an excellent team with Jake and Laura, who come with huge experience in marketing and financial modeling. And we're really inspired and brought together by our chair, Dr. Simon Galbraith, who's a serial entrepreneur with a track record of taking teams from baby startups into industry leaders. Cool. And so with that, I ask you one final question. Are you ready to join us in our fight against dementia?
Thanks very much for your presentation. I'm a little concerned about the probiotic launch. And if you could just talk us through the label claims on the probiotic, because you wouldn't be claiming any clinical efficacy for sure. So it's just interesting to understand what you're asking people to, why you're asking people to take this medication. So if you can talk us through that. And then the other thing is that, yes, you found the metabolites in the stool, but I would imagine that if they're going to protect neurons, these metabolites should get across the blood-brain barrier and into the brain. And have you any evidence that this actually happens in that case? And because we're talking about a biological agent, there could be other interesting compounds that could also get into other tissues, and we don't know what would happen there. So just talk us through this path. If you stood up here and said you're going to do a clinical trial, collect cognition evidence, imaging evidence, and then launch, that would have made me feel more comfortable.
Right. Okay, so I will tackle the second question first, and that's in terms of you asked about the efficacy of actually showing that it's getting into the brain. So right now what we have seen is that it's in the stool, the neuroprotective markers are definitely increased in the blood. How are we actually showing that there is improvement in cognition? And that's a really big reason why we want to run the clinical trial, and that's one of the endpoints that we're looking at there to basically be able to make that link. Now, obviously we can, and we have looked at certain biomarkers in the blood for less neurodegeneration, looking at neurofilament light and GFAP and things like that. And I know we can debate till the end of time whether or not this is actually a really good proxy for improved neuronal health, basically. But at this point in time, that's a really big reason why we want to do the clinical trial. But going back to your point about why go through all of this faff and still mark it as a probiotic, I think that's also, one is that is the end goal. Well, that is a much longer goal that we would like to be able to reach, is to eventually have a product that is perhaps an iterated better version of this. And that we can then take through the full pipeline and actually say, this is an actual therapy. But at this moment in time, we'd like to launch a little bit faster, start building that data, and that's also why we're going through the Alzheimer's Society route and working with them to try and get kind of intros into spaces so that we can kind of say, hey, look, we've got this interesting product, we're coming in as a supplement, and this is how we think it's working. So it's a little bit cheeky, but would you like to add anything, Isu?
Yeah, no, so basically, hi, Isu. That's my picture. But basically, we want to launch now because we want to start collecting all of this evidence, right? So one thing that, for example, we were asked about is, why don't you make a drug, right? Because we know we've dissected the exact molecular mechanism by which the molecule gets secreted by the probiotics, and then goes through the blood and goes through the brain. But then we can also, obviously, we can make a drug from those molecules, but our purpose is to help people with Alzheimer's. So that's why we've joined the Alzheimer's Society Launchpad, which is basically, we want to start collecting evidence with them together now. And the reason for that is because we're safe, right? We are approved by the Food Safety Agency, and because we can scale. So we can do that, we can start collecting the evidence, and you also asked about our label. We don't have any claims, right? We are 100% transparent to say, okay, this is our science. It's not proven by a clinical trial yet, but then this is something that we are working on, and we are providing you with this biomarker tracking service. You are working with us to try to tackle this disease that impacts all of us. Yeah.
Can I just come back on one key thing? This is the statement that you made that it's safe.
Yep.
How long did your volunteers take this supplement?
So for this particular study, they were on it for 1 month. I know that's not very long, and that's partly also why we've got another arm going, led by, well, I didn't actually mention this in the talk, but led by another clinician, where we scale this up to 200 participants and track this for 6 months at least. That's the vision at the moment.
So to actually say it's safe after 1 month, if you're going to ask the dementia patients to take it for longer than 1 month, is also a bit of a problem for me. Thank you.
Yeah, but so for example, I totally agree, but we've been taking it, we've been taking it ourselves. And
I did a clinical trial, I took it myself, it doesn't really matter. Thank you.
So I just wanted to follow up on the clinical for my edification. Let's presume that it gets into the blood, it gets into the brain. Is the expectation here, that it's going to reduce beta amyloids or reduce tau or have some, are you looking for that in the clinical trial? That's kind of question one, or what are you looking for? And then just curious, I presume, you didn't talk about experimental design, but I presume you're looking for placebo effects, you're doing A/B studies and all that good stuff at large scale. And so I just, maybe you could just say a little bit more about that. And just related to that, are there exemplars, because I know in the NIH we discovered some of the anti-cancer methods that are now used for skin cancer were discovered by patients who survived unexpectedly, and basically it's because their defense system produced mechanism, which now we can produce outside their body and re-inject it. So I'm kind of curious, are there any exemplars of where you found in actual humans who don't exhibit this, who are, I'm making this up, 110 years old, and they seem to have, making this up, beta amyloids running through their brain, but they have perfect memory, etc., because they have some other element. So just curious about that.
maybe I'll tackle the second question.
Yeah.
You can go first. So yes, we met some, I think 2 days ago, in terms of the patients who basically they have severe neurodegeneration, right? You can see that in the MRI, and they've been diagnosed with diseases like dementia. But if you speak to them, they are absolutely fine. So now the question is basically what's happening, right? So what we think, so basically our science suggests that those kind of patients are more resilient. So that's the scientific question that we've asked, is basically, okay, you have high risk of developing Alzheimer's. What is it that's making you resilient to those neuronal degeneration and loss of neurons? So that's our core scientific principle. So absolutely. And we are sort of understanding this and then promoting this through a safe way, at least according to the regulations and according to basically the food safety regulations here. So do you want to tackle the design question?
So I'm sure you'll add more to it, but effectively where we see ourselves kind of best placed is in that early intervention window. So oftentimes when patients have just been diagnosed around about that time, they've lost about 40% of their neurons. And so we think our mechanism of action is really more through promoting and boosting these neurons and making them happier, rather than being an actual direct clearing tau and clearing amyloid beta. And so are we looking at these metrics in the clinical trial?
No.
Yeah, so that's not a metric in the clinical trial at the moment. Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the group presentation. Now we have 30 minutes break. Please be back at 3:30, where we have 3 more pitches.
How many?
Sharing numbers, yeah. I did hear you though.
this
So that
if
one.
I reduce that,
Oh.
this also will be okay.
It will
yeah.
only affect what's on the laptop.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So that will then turn it down.
Because it will be very loud. So I will already turn down.
That's fine. If we put it to 70.
It's quite, because I will talk along the video sound. So what
Yeah,
is the
okay.
best?
I don't know. If we say,
So the
if we
video
s-
will play.
if we start at 50, we'll see how that is. Turn it down if you need to, because I don't have control over that. 'Cause that's only on here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, why not? Let's go large. Oh. So I'll coordinate. Hopefully it will happen. Just email me and once I have a... You know, I pick up your email very quickly. Yeah. Okay, we can do it. The other day it's separate.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to start in 2 minutes. Okay, welcome to the final 3 presentations that we have. So to begin, we want to talk about Switch Biologics, who are breaking the toxicity ceiling of precision cancer treatments. Their platform develops logic-based enzymes that activate exclusively within the tumor microenvironment. Uniquely, these switches enzymes are reversible and revert to a dormant state once they leave the tumor, ensuring patient protection. That's a lot of medic terms, not for a business student like me. But to welcome, we have Zakir and Tanasha here. Round of applause for them.
It works. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here. I'm Zakir, CEO and founder of Switch Biologics. Everyone doing these days computer protein design. We're going a step further. We are building programmable proteins that can activate only at a tumor. Hence, we're building therapeutics which are much more precise and safer than current analogs. And it's all about safety, isn't it? We love it. We built so many tools about safety. Think of two-factor authentication. It's basically saving you from being hacked. The car that won't start unless you press the foot on the pedal and set the right gear. Or a boy asking for both of his parents to go to a safe party. So in all of these cases, you follow the so-called AND gate logic. Two things must coincide before commitment to the action. So here's the question. With this powerful and simple logic, why we're not using this in current therapies? Why we're leaving patients at the mercy of linear, single-targeted drugs? So this is what we do in Switch Biologics. All precision therapies, they're driven towards tumor because they're targeting molecules in the tumor. But reality is, none of these molecules are unique to the tumor. They also appear in the healthy tissues. Hence, those molecules, those drugs, which are constantly on, they already attack not only tumor, but healthy tissue too. This creates massive systemic toxicity. It's not only clinical dead end, it's a financial dead end because it's already cost industry $13 billion because those companies bet on the assets which were targeting healthy tissues. And those non-gated therapies are the reason why we have a couple of hundred potential tumor antigens which we can use for treatment, and only a handful of them we in fact use because of the safety issues. Gladly, there was lots of development in this area, and logic-gated therapy do appear, except those smart moves are not solving the issues entirely. Think of the masked therapies, masked antibodies. They are getting, they do attack cancer cells only when the mask cleaves off. But the reason is, the problem is once the mask cleaves off, it cannot be put back. So the activation happens irreversibly. If that happens in healthy tissue, it leads to a leaky toxicity. These drugs are second modification of the current drugs. They basically inherited all of the problems of the previous generation, only partly solving the current ones. So one of the problems, they only do attack cancer cells which express the targets on their surface, and the cancer cells which do not have those targets, they're invisible to these therapies. And lastly, they're just very hard to produce. Cell therapies, they are too costly. Antibody drug conjugates, too hard to produce and too slow for the refractory patients. Think of this. 80% of the cancer patients in the EU were not given cell therapy because of the logistical issues. 1,000 patients, 1,000 women in this country are not given treatment which they can get for the certain type of breast cancer because it's just deemed too high and too expensive by NHS. So we argue at Switch Biologics, it's time to move to affordable drugs which are scalable and which can provide high fidelity treatment. We've got a solution. Enzymes which can kill cells when they engage with the cancer targets. Think of this. Enzyme sensing presence of two molecules which individually can be present in two different healthy tissues, but they occur together only at the tumor site. Then, because those are enzymes, they're molecular factories, they produce, each of them produce millions of the cell-killing molecules locally, they create the powerful neighbor-killing effect. We're not simply targeting, we're activating our therapies by cancer targets. And lastly, this is a unique selling point, we are only offering therapies which reversibly activated. Once they washed away from the tumor, they stay silent. And this is not a concept I'm talking about. This is a technology which has been proven in the lab by our CSO, Kirill, and also been tested twice in clinical settings as diagnostics, where enzymes performed as reporters for the certain analysis in a human samples. Now we have the exclusive right to exploit this technology in therapeutics, and we're bringing this powerful technology into oncology space. When you think about the landscape, which other companies are doing work in this area, they all obsessed with the masked therapies, with a highly complex protein drug conjugates, while we offer scalable solution with a reversible activation. We do not require any payload, and we provide massive bystander effect. With this wonderful technology in place, what we want to solve next? We're going after the second deadliest cancer in the world, which is colorectal cancer. It's problematic to treat because it's not a single disease. It's a family of diseases with different genetic makeup, where every single version of that disease needs to be treated separately. Gladly, there are molecules which can be used for targeting whole of the colorectal cancer. Nearly 90% of the colorectal cancer patients have the EpCAM molecule in their tumors. Except it has been challenging to target the EpCAM molecule because it's omnipresent in a human body. We believe at Switch Biologics we have with the dual-triggered switch enzymes, we can cancel those issues entirely. To increase the fidelity of our therapies, we're not only targeting EpCAM, we're combining this with a molecular tumor microenvironment marker. Our market niche is the third-line colorectal cancer patients, which in fact do not have effective standard of care right now. Think of this, 47% of patients are sent home because they do not have right drug for them. The market value of only these patients which currently not treated well is approximately 2.6 billion in developed countries. Given the success of this therapy, we can immediately go to the and expand into the lung cancer, endometrial, and triple-negative breast cancer. We envisage that switch enzymes will be one platform with a plethora of applications. Today, I mentioned you oncology space, the EpCAM, but there are dozens of such markers which need to be used for proper treatment. We plan in the future to expand in the immuno-oncology space, where we use our enzymes to turn cold tumors into hot ones. It's a blue sky research at this moment, but believe me, we're going there. And in the future, we're thinking of enzymes which will report on the disease even before it started and potentially treated it. With this wonderful technology, we're asking for 1 million to reach in vitro proof of concept. We're now raising for pre-seed. This money we'll spend on a platform validation where we take our enzymes and use use them in vitro cancer models. This will massively de-risk our assets, and we'll go to the seed 2.5 million just to go to in vivo stage. We're already backed up by Science Creates, the business accelerator, and we raised the money from Innovate UK. We're a team that combines decades of scientific and medical experience. Kirill, he's a pioneer in switchable enzyme technology. He's a professor in QUT and serial entrepreneur. I'm a driver and architect of this company. Natasha is the expert in enzyme engineering with nearly 10 years of work. And our medical director, David, he's an oncologist and structural biologist as well. We are advised by Paul Wallace. He's a CBO at Constructive Bio. He launched 2 drugs with market share to 2.5 billion. And Ashley Buckle, he's a key opinion leader in this space. We're here for the patients who exhausted their possibilities. But every time I hear this, I disagree with that, because these patients need to have better life. As Thomas Edison said, when you have exhausted all possibilities, remember this, you haven't. So we believe in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The promise is huge.
Agree with you.
Now, some questions. So from what I see, you haven't quite demonstrated yet that targeting IPCAM and the tumor microenvironment actually gives you the edge. This is what you want to show.
Yes.
Correct. Now, tell me about targeting EpCAM. Do you have an antibody that docks there with an enzyme attached, which will then activate the drug molecule? First question. And the second question is, how do you target the tumor microenvironment? Do you have things that are switched on by the low pH?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. We do not rely at this stage by antibodies because the sensor domains themselves can direct our enzymes toward the tumor. Yeah. Talking about the tumor microenvironment molecules, we focused on ATP, and the reason is it's highly unstable outside of any cell, in fact. So and its concentration 10,000 times increased in the tumor. It's also a universal marker. Practically every single tumor has it. And yeah.
So are you saying that ATP is exported out of the tumor into the extracellular fluid?
The ATP, because the tumor, cancer cells, they grow very quickly, and they also sort of die quickly. And most of the inner content actually happens to be outside.
Okay, so you're detecting ATP that's come out of lysed or necrotic cells.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And that's how you target the tumor microenvironment.
Yeah, yeah.
And then your sensors, which are secret, is what you dock onto the EpCAM.
Yeah, and regarding the pro-drug to drug activation, we can explore this avenue, and there were studies, we can go there. But our unique selling point to take enzymes which can take and transform metabolites.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Have you done or published any paper relating to this topic?
Yes, yeah. So basically, as we speak, there will be Nature Biotech paper in a month's time. It's already been accepted. There's Nature Nanotechnology in 2023, showing the way you can, showing basically architecture of AND and YES gates, and they all been used in a diagnostic. We do have proof of concept, where we express those enzymes in E. coli, in a bacteria, and basically bacteria only grows where 2 molecules are present. So basically confirming the AND gate logic works in cells. Yeah.
Right. So, but why are you targeting colorectal cancer?
It's basically
Thank you.
It's a blue ocean in a way. There were companies in our space, conditionally active biologics. They were trying, and because of the reasons of masked antibodies, there were 2 programs. One definitely was halted because of toxicity, and second, Sanofi just out-licensed the recently acquired assets. And they did not disclose what was the reason, but we kind of assume that because of their technology not working. So it's not haunted, it's a still blue ocean for us.
You clearly have a really strong science team, but who's looking after the money side?
Wonderful question. We're still expanding. So we just raised our first Innovate UK grant. That's for the feasibility study, and we're talking to investors. And as we talk, we're looking for people with the business, the expertise and commercial acumen. Yes.
What would their job title be?
Let's talk about it.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Up next, we have Pensiotech. So Pensiotech is an AI-enabled end-to-end succession platform for SMEs. It acts as a co-pilot that standardizes the entire succession process, making it measurable, comparable, and investable. This addresses the transition gap between the millions of SMEs approaching retirement without successors. So to present, we have Hetty over here. A round of applause for her.
Thank you so much.
That's right.
Well, it's absolutely incredible to be here. I love Cambridge. So we built Pensiotech, AI end-to-end enabled AI-enabled end-to-end succession platform, essentially a co-pilot companion for business owners navigating successions business transition. So Pensiotech comes from two words. Pension represents the time, the life that SMEs have spent to build something meaningful, and technology that opened the doors to intelligent exits. After talking to many SMEs, one pattern that is impossible to ignore is that a lot of SMEs do not have a clear succession plan, even though their business is actually their source of retirement and pension. My name is Hetty Salmasir, co-founder and CEO of Pensiotech. Our vision is to build Pensiotech into infrastructure where succession strengthen real economy, and all tools, seamless end-to-end for successions, integrated in one platform. A wave of SME succession is emerging. One example in Pensiotech pipeline that we are currently working on is a water tank company, and the owner is actively looking for a successor because approaching retirement. And this manufacturer is just one of millions out there who are looking for successors, but experiencing similar pattern. Succession is complex, and a lot of founders rarely have time to manage the process. Across UK, Europe, US, Asia, globally, millions of small, medium enterprises do not have a succession plan. When we talk to 100 SMEs, they told us they don't have succession plan because the process is emotional, fragmented, and poorly supported. And this is a key moment because by SME, by GDP, contributing more than half of our GDP, and by sheer number, represents about 90% of our economy. So when we tackle this succession crisis with seamless end-to-end solution, not only we preserve jobs, but also we shape the future of work. So Pensiotech accelerate the succession with AI. We guide the retiring business owners to the right successors, and also for the buyers to the proven business. So let's have a look at the demo video. I hope it works. We are not just the technology to buy and sell businesses. We leverage the latest technology to automate the due diligence, from the early planning to the evaluations, ultimately the successful transitions. It's not our goal to replace human advisors. We empower them so that they can focus on quality and relationships, so they can really deliver the real value faster. So within a few months, we moved from idea to tractions. Just in 1 month, we were recognized by Google in the top 20 next unicorn. We were the youngest startup. We got into NVIDIA Inceptions, and so far we have been receiving 500,000 tech credit from Microsoft and other big tech. We didn't expect that. And we managed to validate to 100 plus stakeholders. And by end of this month, we'll be joining a world-class accelerator, and we really aim to speed up our executions and really create a product that is 10 times better than the existing players in the market. So we are talking about 7.5 trillion worth value businesses out there which are looking for the next generation of successors. In $3 billion serviceable market, capturing just 100 transactions, SME transactions, with average value of $1 million and a 4% of success fee, will get us to the 4 million SOM. And our strategic focus is to capture dominant market and light manufacturing and essential B2B services in the market that we have access, Jakarta, Cambridge, and Basel. So our go-to-market strategy combined the two-sided distribution engine that hopefully fuel buyers and sellers to our platform. And will be very powerful for creating the strong network effect and as we scale our platform. So our business model includes the freemium, success fee, and also selective partner placement. Regarding the competitive landscape, the market is crowded. This is why PensioTech has huge chance to stand out as the first AI-enabled end-to-end succession platform. And our path is clear. We build infrastructure, scale, and then become the category leader in the succession tech space. So revenue is clearly a sign of product market fit, and our projection reflects a disciplined path from early transactions to the value, the succession as service platform. We look into comparables and really want to hopefully catch up or become the dominant player. We believe the future of succession is intelligent, combining AI and embedded the financial services, created a reliable, trusted platform and really make a difference in the lives of SMEs. When SME succession works, jobs are preserved, real economy thrive. We are advancing the UN SDG goals. PensioTech is built by a rare combination of co-founder domain expertise. In 2025, I obtained my Master of Finance at the University of Cambridge, and I studied banking and finance and physics in Switzerland, the US, and Indonesia. I work in corporate finance and run full end-to-end mergers, acquisition, deal processes. The mission is personal. My family comes from very entrepreneurial background, built businesses from scratch, and when I was living with my parents, I helped my mother run various SMEs, and this interest never left me. And I continue supporting SMEs during my studies, further highlighting the importance of SMEs to the community, local community and real economy. We are very fortunate we have learned from extraordinary founders who built businesses from, scale their businesses from small startup to global players. And we do believe that mission-driven founders will make a real difference. To close our pitch, we love this quote from Warren Buffett. Someone is sitting in the shade today because someone else planted the tree a long time ago. PensioTech ensure that when a founder step aside, that we help them, that the next generation will continue what they built. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very interesting topic. I think succession planning is a massive issue for SMEs and family-led businesses. How do you define SMEs?
According to EU, it's 50 million revenue, and if I'm not mistaken, it's 100 to 200 employees.
Because I think that
Every country has a different definition.
companies in the UK, Europe, and the US that have EVs of 10, 15 million and above, I think, I'm not sure that they would be so comfortable using some sort of AI tool.
Yes.
To sell. And then also the second thing is who are the buyers? Like, who are going to be buying these small businesses?
Yes, so the potential buyers are, so far that we are onboarding to our platform are people with industry work experiences, but they want to have ownership. And as big industries actually shaping their work, leaning their workforce, so they want to secure something that in case something might happen, or they have passion in that field, they want to do that. So our buyers could be individuals, it could be also family offices, it could be existing businesses. Yeah, we have a question, might be private equity, might be also interested, but yeah.
Thank you. A couple questions. One is, what is your moat to defend your IP, and sort of related
Yes.
to that, it wasn't clear to me what your AI is, nor what it's actually doing.
Yes.
Could intuit from the slides, but I'd like to hear you, articulate that. Why is it significant? Why it's better? So that's question one. Question two: what's your customer acquisition strategy? Your cost of customer acquisition, and since you're going to have to continually be in that business,
Yes.
you expect your kind of investment in that. And finally, it sounded to me like you're pushing market share versus margin. I'm guessing you'd be pushing whatever margin you're getting back into your market growth.
Mhm.
But I just wanted to hear directly, for clarity's sake, what your strategy is with respect to that.
Yeah, I like the questions. I hope I can answer everything. Remind me if I'm not. And so we understand the importance of having IP and a patent. So we have a plan to spend a budget on research and really patent feasible technology. But looking at the successful fintech like Revolut and other successful out there, they don't rely on patent. They rely on the speed and execution. So to start, because we don't have a lot of resources, our CTO has experience working with patents in robotics. So we have that in our mind, so we just rely on creating 10 times technology better and then really create the product that people love. Yeah, this is the customer acquisition cost. Now to start, we just rely on PensioTech referral base, so only providing that if the deal is closing. And the other questions was about...
About sort of your plan in terms of growth versus margin, profitability versus margin. You may have seen recently the AI companies have made intentional different strategies with respect to margin growth, and some of them have grown significantly because of that, but stretching out the return rates accordingly. I'm just kind of curious. I thought I heard you say,
Yes.
listening for it, that you were focusing on growth and market share, and I'm not even sure. Well, I'm curious how you measure that. For example, if you're a first mover in this area, and then there was a question. Still didn't know how you're using AI.
Yes, right. So first is for the due diligence, because all the pain points that I have from traditional M&A, we want to solve that because it's ridiculous. It can be automated. For example, the due diligence processes can scrap the the information real time about the red flags and so on, and also structuring the financial reports. A lot of SMEs concerns about asymmetric information if there are scams and so on. So this can be supported. Also for valuation, looking at comparables, and there are some creative part, also some ideas for business owners. How to scale their business as well, or to decorate their shops or their manufacturers. This is like existing technology that we can use. Yeah.
I have two quick questions. Are you planning to monetize mainly sellers or mainly buyers, or is it sort of balanced? And is there a bit of an issue that to become a seller, you're effectively putting up a public for sale sign?
True.
And for some SMEs, that would destroy value.
Yes. Yeah, it's a really good question. In traditional M&A, typically the sellers pay more because they are the ones that want to exit. And in this case, we split it. Majority will be paid by seller and small portion paid by buyer. But of course, we have to listen to the customers, pay really a lot of attention. What is fair? We need to really do research on that. And the other question? Yeah, confidentiality. Yes, yeah, this is also a standard process in M&A, confidentiality. So we have a layer. So for example, when they onboard, we onboard the sellers, we really ask clearly what information can be shared, what layers, which part need NDA or not. So.
Two questions from my side. So first, you're essentially, it's a one-time marketplace, right? You're connecting a buyer and a seller. How do you follow up if the deal goes through? Because most of your revenue depends on the deal going through and then cashing in on making the connection. And the second question is, regarding your unit economics, I'm not sure I fully understand it because your growth plans seem to be very aggressive, which makes sense in most marketplace models when you have recurring revenues. But yours is essentially, to my understanding, a one-time market, right? I'm building a company once, I'm selling it once, so I go on your platform once and then I leave. So what are your unit economics?
So in terms of like subscriptions, we give the access to master classes on growing SMEs, also readiness, and we really still also deep dive exploring what ways that we can do subscription. And traditionally, in the private equity or M&A, we have a retention, monthly recurring revenue charged to the clients to attract the serious buyers. So this could be in we are in talk also with potential accelerator Antler also, like how we can really monetize it fairly. Do we charge batch, for example, if they pass like all this, like this is like an interesting potential companies to sell. They had a batch like LinkedIn. This could be also potential.
I understand, but effectively you still have someone, you will have a churn rate that's close to 100%, yeah? And so maybe you have an income for a couple of months from the same seller, but nevertheless it's a one-time income. Yeah?
Yes.
It will be a percentage of the sales price. So what is the full unit economics that you get your CAC back on that one deal that you will have?
Yes. So we are also developing AI agent to support business growth as well. I almost forgot that. For example, to automate the finance work, the invoice, and so on. So this is like we hope to monetize it, but it's not the first deliverable MVP that we want to launch in the coming months. It will take a bit more time. Thank you. Thank you.
Now we have the final panelist, which is Cozy Sense. So Cozy Sense, they cut utility cost and stop operational failures in commercial buildings by monitoring live operations. They create whole building performance automation using AI agents, starting their focus on heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. So please welcome Matthias.
Right. Can you hear me? Yeah? Right. Imagine cutting electricity costs and emissions for commercial buildings with zero investment. I'm Matias Acosta, CEO of Cozy Sense, and we will make that happen for 1 million buildings. It all starts during COVID. Here is Shofi, my partner from Hungary. I'm from Argentina. And there were travel restrictions during COVID. It meant we had to become digital nomads to be together. We work from all the co-working spaces and cafes and restaurants you can imagine. And there was always a constant issue, too cold and too hot places because of a wrongly set air conditioner. I'm sure you know the problem. It's very, very common. What most people don't know is that means a lot of wasted energy and emissions. And what we found after doing more research is this is a problem that costs £500 million. It's an obtainable market of £500 million and 30 million tons of CO2 emissions. And it all comes down because 40% of global energy consumption is down on buildings, and half of that goes into heating, cooling, and ventilation, and air conditioning. So HVAC, in simple terms. To put it in perspective, roughly, that's equivalent as the sequestration that would happen of CO2 by a forest 25% of the size of the UK, and you will need to create this every single year again and again and again, just because of this discomfort issue. And all the problem comes from underlying rudimentary and legacy control systems of these HVACs. So what we created is a plug-and-play autopilot for HVAC. Okay? Imagine something like Windows for your computer, but for a building that is fully automated. We are a middleware between electrical equipment and outputs, effectively performance and ECG reporting. And we made effectively operations very simple and autonomous. That's the real value. And the value all lies on our control system. That is a combination of AI agents that work, read, and understand buildings and then operate it autonomously. We provide an end-to-end service to buildings whereby we install, maintain, and provide the hardware entirely with zero upfront costs. Okay? With Sense Tier, clients get ECG reporting and live monitoring. And with Automate, they actually get verified savings, and we only charge a fraction of those savings. So the return on investment for clients, it's month 1. For us internally, we get return on investment between month 2 and month 10, depending on the type of building. That's typically a minimum of 10% unit profitability in year 1 that goes to over 80% in year 2 onwards. We're the first company, and we have a patented control system that takes into account human analytics as part of a control system. That means 2 identical buildings with our system don't run equally, and we can save more energy than any technology out there. Because we are hardware agnostic, as compared to a thermostat, for example, or a building management system, we install 50 times faster, and also we have universal compatibility with legacy controls and closed controls. That's why we can have that unique business model whereby clients get return on investment on month 1. I often get, that's too good to be true. So does it actually work? And yeah, spoiler alert, it does. It does actually work. What I'm going to show you now are latest results from a very large client side, and you are among the first people actually to see it. So we're hardware agnostic, so we bring typically some IoT devices that we integrate to our system. What you see here is real installation of a McDonald's master franchise that we did in 6 hours without ever having seen that restaurant in a different continent, without rewiring and without stopping their operations. One day after the installation, one of our AI agents created a digital twin that you won't understand, but it looks very beautiful. But guess what? Our other AI agents can understand that. And what that means is that same day, we can create a human-readable digital twin, which is a virtual floor plan with all the data for the client. They can monitor and they can override any AI automation if they wish to do so. In 1 week, we detect a lot of inefficiencies. So far, there's no building we have found that we don't find rather fast problems. For example, freezers left open without alarms, thermostat conflicts that I told you about, and many others. Now, the very beauty starts coming after 1 month. Another AI agent of ours starts learning from power. And then here you can see the real power consumption of McDonald's, and the line on top that is following that pattern, it's fully predicted by one of our AI agents. That happened in a month. Now, in 2 months, I'll show you something very unique. So first, you need to understand this is how buildings run today. Constant set point, constant mode. Okay? That's today's world. Our AI starts considering things like, I should be changing in real time my set point, and I should be changing my mode, therefore compressor. What happens is this. Here you see power consumption as a function of time. 23 manually controlled McDonald's air conditioners on the left gradually transition to AI control. You see the power consumption goes down, and in 14 days, our first model was achieving an average daily savings of 20% for the first couple of days, and it started improving itself. We're now at 40% daily energy savings. That's roughly, for that site only, $4,000 saved on an annual basis. Just for this single franchise, that means $13 million saved per year and 17 kilotons of CO2 annual savings. Here is as if we were transforming 2 times Cambridge size into a forest. That's sort of the equivalent, just to give you an idea how much that is. And guess what? It also works here in the UK. Here is a co-working space in London. After 6 months, 280 autonomous changes, we generated an average of 34% average savings, with peaks of over 80% savings on shoulder months. That gave us, last week, the award to the best product of the year by CIPSI. For those who don't know, that's the most important professional body in the UK in our field. We grew actually in the past months over 2,000%. We have now a rather impossible task of delivering our service to 3,000 buildings across 15 countries, including some big brands. And it all started here in Cambridge. Here it's us with Sebastian in Station Tavern with our first ugly, but hey, first prototype that we built by hand. We started generating MRR in June last year. We're now in the scaling process, and we closed a £1.7 million round in November. But because demand is actually surpassing all our projections, we are structuring a £5 million seed round that we hope to open by summer, with some support actually from the university, which is one of our investors. We have a dream team with 4 PhDs. We come from Cambridge, we met here, we got to know each other through a citizen science project, and we are experts in the topic, both in terms of the fact that we have PhDs, but also we have industrial previous entrepreneurial experience and also commercial experience as well. And we are among the 100 startups growing fastest in the UK. Right. So we are effectively an operational system, as I was saying. We manage the building's performance and risk. And basically, what I would like to take from here probably is to tell you that sometimes I think we should dare to dream, because I would not have said all this, I think, 2 years ago. I think this was impossible. I was here pitching. I didn't win. I think you won, actually, that year. So I would not have been able to say this, but I think sometimes we should dare really to dream. And guess what? I married Shofi. a couple of months ago, and today we're here telling the story again, and I think it's going to be great, and we are pushing to keep on growing and keep on basically making buildings much more sustainable, comfortable, and profitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought I recognized you from a previous pitch competition. If you can just remind me what data you're sampling. So I understand that data sampled, the whole, whatever it is that controls heat and cooling is then modified and it's iterative. That's
Correct.
basically it. Tell me what you're sampling.
Yes. We typically sample indoor temperature, humidity, occupancy, quantified comfort. That's a hard one to, but I can explain what that means. But quantified comfort, power consumption, and then we get through APIs, external weather, and pretty much that's typically it. We can do other things as well if the client wants, but typically that's at least what we require for the model to work. The more we train the model, the less amount of actual data we need because we can predict more and more.
Can I ask, when you talk about occupancy, are you looking at CO2 levels in the building? How are you doing your occupancy?
We have motion, typically, and we can detect how much breathing happens from people, and we can get some proxy or estimates of the amount of people as well.
So the breathing, is that CO2 emissions?
Yes.
Okay, by breath. Thank you.
Similar question, actually, but maybe one related to your moat. So you're working with some of the sensor companies, having supported quick serve restaurants with security systems. They tend to be, and they vary because obviously they're franchises, but some of them are very highly sophisticated. They have not just motion activity, but they have individual, activity. They have automated menu, regeneration to drive revenue and many, many other things. Yeah. So I'm curious to what extent you think as these sensors get more multimodal, more integrated, fused, and built into decision management systems that go well beyond comfort to actually business outcomes, saving, not only savings, but revenue generation. I'm kind of curious, security and other shrinkage and so on. There's a whole bunch of value streams. So it's kind of on the one hand, I'm frightened for you because I think that you'll be disintermediated. On the other hand, I'm also excited for you because I think you get a whole bunch of new potential revenue streams you could step into. So just kind of enlighten us a bit about your thoughts.
It's a wonderful comment. I obviously cannot put that slide here, but I think we might be able to predict how many people are going to eat tomorrow in McDonald's than McDonald's itself right now. So I do agree with the fact that the data is so valuable. Once you train the models, we have, as of now, 3 very concrete upselling models. In fact, one brought directly by McDonald's to us. The one that I could probably talk a little bit more openly, which is quite exciting for us, bathrooms, buttons get stuck in McDonald's and in Burger King. Their water tank gets empty, and they need to shut down a restaurant for a day, typically. We can so easily detect that, for example. So risk assessment that brings down premium of their insurance, it's one of the very, very concrete future steps we see. We can think on other CapEx and non-CapEx features. We are keeping our cards a little bit open on that regard because literally we are learning so much from this process with them, and I think they are also learning from some of the data we can generate, because I do agree, I have never seen so sophisticated processes as in McDonald's in my life. But somehow they forgot the building. So they focus on 1 cent per spoon, and then just air conditioners is hundreds of dollars per month. So that's kind of what we are showing to them right now.
Your thoughts of protection?
We have a patent, actually Basque here present did a patent for us. We have potentially related with grid flexibility, a second patent in the pipeline. We have an idea how to aggregate disaggregated responses. For that. At the end of the day, I do believe in patent defensibility, but similar to what was said in the previous call, I think speed will be quite important, and niche. For us, really becoming very, very good in these sites, I think can give us a very strategic advantage, because even if OpenAI wants to do what we're doing right now, they still need to deploy hardware and a lot of things, and there's so many legacy closed protocols that now we know how to unlock, and it's very hard to unlock that. I think that also creates defensibility.
So in the presentation, you mentioned 150 contracts. Have you secured that?
So it's not contracts, it's buildings.
Buildings,
Yeah,
okay.
it's literally 150 is only 2 contracts.
Okay, I see.
And it's already, the numbers are being discussed at board level.
So it's to be secured. Got it. So if you successfully secure that 2 contracts, will you be getting deposits or initial construction costs, for example, payment from these 2 contracts to kickstart?
Interestingly enough, they actually prefer to do that, which actually supports our cash flow. When they do that, it's because we are transitioning also as part of their infrastructure. That doesn't mean that the performance model that I just pitched is not valid. It's going to come just after. It depends if it's retrofit project, that's typically OpEx only, and if it's a new build, it's CapEx first and then OpEx. For the OpEx, if we were to grow a lot, I already had last week a meeting with HSBC Innovation Bank. They are willing actually to put potentially between 20 to 40% of the next equity round to cover inventory costs.
Right.
In
So
depth.
if you completed these two contracts, what would be your forecast profitability? And leading to the question is, you're raising 5 million sterling. What would be your valuation, equity valuation?
Yeah. We're not yet raising the round. We're structuring the round. I'm seeking feedback on that, and I'm preparing it for the next 2 to 3 months. When I open that round, it means I close the 2 contracts we just spoke, and Burger King probably said, like, the pilot went well, I won a 3rd contract, which is rather large. Okay? That's when I open the round. Profitability. With the current statistics we have, 10%. However, year 1, that goes to over 80% in year 2. I'm talking unit profitability, not company profitability. We're not profitable, like we need larger volume to be profitable. But unit profitability is that, but that's for the worst case scenario. That's the buildings that do not have what it's called a building management system. If they have a building management system, which some McDonald's, some Burger Kings have, others not, we know how to do both, then in those cases, profitability, I will need to make the numbers, but it happens in month 2, so probably it's around, I mean, it's 300 cost installation and then roughly 3,000 a year. So you can make the numbers. Like the profitability is very high, and then like monthly costs, operating cost for us is cloud, so it's a couple of dollars per month. Thank you.
Thank you, Cozy Space. That concludes all the presentations, and now we have half an hour for some feedback and networking, and then the judges are meeting. So the prize giving ceremony will start at 5 p.m. So everyone, please make sure you're here by 5 p.m. And sorry, did I prize give? Sorry, by 5:30. Sorry, everyone be here by 5:30. Sorry, that was my mistake. And we hope to see you then.
Because it's got a fair deal of stuff in it. Oh,
That might narrow it down.
yeah, that might be. It probably actually is one of the most. Yeah, kind of. They're not pointing the right way. Yeah, I would be using them if they were. The problem is that they got this one first on the right now, and it got replaced, but they didn't line it back up. Yeah, so I need to get it to come back over here and angle it to be like here. There's currently I see that, Sean. Yeah, I definitely forget everything.
Thank you everyone for coming today. Just a bit of housekeeping. We have a photographer here, so if you don't want to be in any photos, just let him know. Thank you all so much for coming, and thank you very much to the finalists for your amazing presentations. You all did a wonderful job. Thank you to our judges for supporting us and giving your time and energy throughout this.
This marks the end of a series of workshops organized by the Wolfson Entrepreneur Society. And it's been a successful year, and now I would please like to welcome Carl Yuen to the stage to say a few words.
Right, so thank you for all the hard work. 12 high-quality teams. Great presentation, specifically to the sunny day in front of King's College. And the marriage couple, congratulations. And may I invite Omar? Is that Michael? So Michael first, and Michael.
Oh, I'll go. 2 mics then. No, I'll turn it off. Hi. We should all do things that are out of our comfort zone, and I'm naturally an optimist who loves praising, but I've taken the duty of giving a little bit of constructive critical feedback, which may help you with future competitions and pitches. Of the component scores that we used, the only one on which I didn't give any max scores, and I don't think many of us did, was financial plan. And I think that's because you made a conscious decision not to emphasize finance, but to tell us more about technology and product, and that was great. Maybe in some cases it's because your financial plan isn't that developed yet. But however it is, you could have stood out, any of you, if you'd actually given us a whole financial plan. Not necessarily a lot of detail, but some told us about sales, some told us about royalties. But I didn't really see any kind of relationship between cost and income set out. And I'm sure you do that to investors, but you could also do it at Wolfson, and we'd appreciate it. But they were fantastic, and I hate having to give the constructive criticism, but someone should. Thank you.
I'd please like to welcome Omar to the stage now. Please.
So just announcing the winner of the Global Health Prize, and it goes to Afromix.
Just to say, I've had a truly tremendous day. The pitches have been really wonderful. And it gives me a great honor now to present some of the other prizes. So the very first prize that I'm going to present is for the sustainability category. And this prize goes to the company that is looking to reduce food waste, Oralytica. And just to say that the judges were really impressed with this next category, the category of artificial intelligence. Really impressed because last year we didn't award a prize. But this year we decided to award the prize to the company that is really looking to make sure that we don't consume too much energy. And that company, back for the second time, is Cozy Sense.
Thank you. Towards me here, please. And good. Thank you.
Total pleasure. And now for the prize for the best pitch overall that we saw today. And we deliberated for a while before we decided on this particular company. But we decided to award it to a company that is looking to help the world store carbon dioxide, and that is Remedium. And just to say to all of you that didn't quite make it to the top of the leaderboard today, you will receive a few sentences of written feedback from the judges. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again for everyone for coming. We now have, for those that are registered, pre-dinner drinks and a dinner service after that. Thank you so much for coming.
Excuse me, before we do that, can we please have all the prize winners back on stage, please, with your certificate? And can we ask you, please, President, could you join the prize winners on stage? Thank you.
Other competitors don't leave because we'd like you all to be in photographs too.
So we can have prize winners first, please. So anyone who's just been up to receive certificate. Sorry. We got one. Well done. Good. Well done, sir. Good. That's fine. If you come forward just a little bit, that's a step across. So could you just go gently behind the shoulder there? That's superb. And if you can hold your certificate just a little bit higher. Good. That's too high for you. Well done. Okay. Stay where you are, please. Good. Look at that. Paparazzi very ready. Good. Okay. Back towards the camera here, please, as you all are. Very good.
sir, swap. You, sir, now come this way. Come to that's fine. You go there, and sir, if you could swap with the gent behind you, please. Come forward. Well done. Good. Thank you. And we need to take. If one, no, that's one. That's fine. That's fine. Good. Thank you. We're going to do. We need to shuffle you along just a little bit. Good. That's fine. And one slight change. You, sir, at the end. Can you come around this side here, please? And just pop yourself in there. That's good. As you are. 1, 2, 3. And sir, do you mind, Omar? Do you mind swapping with our president, please? Thank you. That's lovely. Look at that. Wonderful. You set the bar high, everyone. Good. Towards me here, please, as you are. And again. Good. Back towards the camera. Good. Good. Thank you. Now, stay where you are. Sorry, Simon? Simon, you're